And let me just verify that it's actually live before we start talking.
We're good.
I think so. Hold on. Let me see.
It says it's
Um,
live in the corner. So,
Yeah, I'm just waiting
hello,
for it to
everybody.
pop up over here. Hi,
Oh, okay.
everybody. I'm so boring, and I definitely am terrible at doing the live interview thing. We have a special guest today. Assuming that you all can hear us, please let us know in the chat. Micheal Beverly. Thank you,
Hi,
Micheal
guys.
Beverly. Everyone. People will start coming in usually in about 10 minutes or so of me posting. But we've been trying to get this to happen for a while now. My schedule has been a pain
Mhm.
in the ass. I am so sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Um, but thank you for coming onto my channel yet again. You're welcome to use this on your channel, use clips, whatever you need. Okay.
Alrighty, sounds good.
So the main thing that I wanted to talk to you about, we're going to be talking about 4 topics today for those who are watching at home and playing along. We're going to be talking about truth in Christianity, whether or not it actually is a factor. We're going to be talking about honesty and apologetics, whether it's a necessity or a hindrance to doing apologetics. We're going to be talking later on about male loneliness, and then we're going to finish on masculine rage. Micheal might not be here for all of that. We do have some other special guests coming on, including someone who has been on this channel a few times. And I'll be here for the whole thing because otherwise, who's hosting?
The hosts had better stay around.
So, Micheal, the thing that caught my attention right away, and you've said it a few times, but you put a comment out there saying how apologetics in Christianity is innately, I don't think that's the word that you use, but innately dishonest, and that it is the problem of Christianity that it is such a dishonest religion. So if you could explain that comment that you put on your channel, and we can start from there.
Well, yeah. So the comment had to do with honesty. Now, I wish I could. If you bear with me a second, I'm going to actually
Mhm.
pull it up so I can quote myself. That would be slightly better. But while I'm pulling this up, I can say that there's no honest way to defend something that's not true. This is from Jay Bundy. Him and I
Okay.
him and I had we had a talk, and he said that. I may be quoting him just slightly off. Um, but the gist of that is there's no honest way to defend something that isn't true. I mean, we should all agree on that.
So
There's
no
no
honest way to
honest
defend a
way.
lie, basically.
There's no honest way to defend a lie. So I just pulled up my post, so I want to quote myself exactly. I'm trying to consider what the biggest lie apologists tell, and I think it's this: truth matters, quote unquote. Truth matters. Nope, friends, if truth mattered, you wouldn't be a Christian. That's my post. So I don't think truth matters to apologists. And the reason that I don't think truth matters to apologists is because I catch them lying so often and so consistently. But worse is other apologists don't call them out. So if you're in a group where somebody makes a mistake and you call them out, then I say, okay, you have integrity. Even if I don't agree with your conclusions, at least you're trying to maintain integrity and you care about integrity. But they don't do that. Instead, they defend other Christians, other apologists who lie, and they know they're lying. It takes this, the what's his face Rabbi Zachariah situation where it got so it just became so obvious that he had lied that people said, okay, we surrender, he lied. But those types of situations where somebody really gets called out only happen once in a while, when it's so egregious and so it's like when a pastor, when, like this Steve Larson thing with the Calvinist pastor who got busted with having this thing with a younger woman, and it created all this stuff. Well, when it becomes a volcano, then people start responding to it. But before that, they don't. So I see this as a as a defect in the Christian community, that if your position is you have a truth claim, and not only is it a truth claim, it's the most important truth, and Jesus is the truth. I am the truth. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. It's a title of Jesus, and Christians claim. So to me, a Christian, if they're going to be true to Christ and to the mission, should be uncompromisingly integrous in all things. And I don't mean that in a way where, to maybe hint to what you're going to talk about later, you don't have to call somebody ugly or fat if you think they're ugly or fat. You can keep that to yourself. If you don't like somebody, you don't need to hurt their feelings and tell them. But if they're a friend, the wounds of a friend are like kisses of enemies, Proverbs something, something, right?
Mhm.
Like, so if you care about somebody, you're honest with them. And if you're in the public and you're a representative of the way, the truth, and the life, and you're a liar, it seems to me that you're taking a poop on the story, right? I mean, you're openly crucifying Jesus again. Like, why should anyone believe you if you don't have a desire to be uncompromisingly honest? Why should anyone listen to you?
Well, we can take this two different ways, and
Yeah.
for those watching, yes, I did just take a note so that I can come back to the other one. But we can look at this as either a problem of the origin of Christianity, or we can look at it as a problem of its practitioners, which would be hypocrisy. Let's start off with the origin of Christianity, because that one's the one that I'm assuming is going to
Yeah.
be easier for you to attack anyway. So, do you think that this problem, and I don't want to call it hypocrisy, but the problem of lying, the problem of misleading, that it goes back to the beginning of the church or back to the beginning of the Bible? Or do you think it's a problem that developed and crept into Christianity as it gained power over time?
No, it's absolutely from the very beginning, or Christianity never would have developed, because people wrote stories and passed them off as true when they can't be true. The funny thing is some apologists will try to say, like, for instance, the different accounts of the empty tomb scene on, Resurrection Sunday, and they'll say
Mhm.
these aren't lies, these aren't contradictions, these are just different viewpoints, or different authors wanted to highlight or um, show different aspects. But it's just not true. You can't sell it to somebody honestly. For instance, Matthew's account of the guards is added, 10 at least 10 years later to the story. And why is it added? Well, obviously it's added to answer the question, well, maybe the apologists just stole the body. Like, obviously somebody brought that up. So Matthew
Mhm.
adds this account. Well, it's not believable. The, the idea that Pontius Pilate would care is silly. There's no outside attestation to this. It's obviously added to the story. It comes across as fiction, which, i.e., a lie. Now, if it was just a mythology like Aesop's fables, then it wouldn't be a lie, because nobody's trying to say it really happened. When you make it as if it happened, and then you defend it as if it happened, then that's where the lie comes in. So, yes, to answer your question, the very foundation of Christianity is built upon a foundation of lie after lie after lie. The other lie is that Jesus fulfilled some prophecy, like, for instance, being born in Bethlehem. He wasn't born in Bethlehem. Nobody knows where he was born. That was added because it was quote mined from the Septuagint. And how do we know this for a fact? Well, for one, Paul doesn't mention it. Nobody mentions it before somebody quote mined it from the Septuagint and added it to the story. And if he had actually been born in Bethlehem, this would have been something that Paul or Mark would have mentioned, 30 years prior, but it's not mentioned.
Can I
So,
push back a little bit there, though? Because
yeah, of course. Of course.
I have two different defenses for this, and you can respond to either one, but let me get them both out. So the first one is that the one that I use for almost all the Old Testament, which is these are the writers later on projecting the best understanding that they have on the past. We would not say that a modern historian who gets something wrong based on common consensus is lying. That's defense one.
Sure.
My second defense is that it is literature, and they are pulling ideas not only from older books, but they're pulling ideas from other translations outside of the Hebrew, outside of the Aramaic, to
Well,
make these points. So for me, that's not dishonest because I read books and so do you. You know what I mean?
if you had the ability to show that that was Matthew's intent, then I would say, yeah, okay, then it's like J.R.R. Tolkien writing Lord of the Rings. He's not lying;
Mhm.
he's writing a story. But you know from the preface of Luke that the intention is to deceive. Luke tells you right up front, "I'm going to lie to you." Like he broadcast that he's going to lie, and so I don't see any way around accepting the fact these documents are not stories like to teach a lesson. They're propaganda. And propaganda is designed to get somebody to believe something, regardless of whether it's true or not. Now, some propaganda could be true. Like if I give you a bunch of reasons not to eat cheeseburgers and fries and cheesecake, you could say, well, that's propaganda. And I would say, yeah, but it's healthy propaganda, right? It's designed to help you.
Well,
And I think, yeah,
it's Plato's The Good Lie. You want to raise the
yeah,
child to believe good morals, even if the good morals are not actually how reality works.
correct. Yeah, and you might even lie to a child that all snakes are dangerous,
Hmm.
like because they're not smart enough to figure out a
Which one
gardener
is which one
snake and a
isn't? Yeah.
cobra. So you tell a child all snakes are dangerous and all spiders are dangerous. Eventually, the kid figures it out and they play with gardener snakes and hopefully they don't play with rattlesnakes. Um, but those things I think are good, and I think we would agree on that. That there's different maturity levels for understanding,
I mean,
but
that's basically Trent Horn's argument for any time there's an apparent contradiction, to use a word that Catholics use, which I'm sure you would just call a contradiction or a lie. But we use the word apparent contradiction because we believe that in the paradox, in the contradiction, that's where the truth lies. That's where the dogma is coming out of. And I already know that if not that Dan McKellen's going to watch, but I already know that Dan McKellen hates that approach. He doesn't think that that's real. He doesn't think that's true. But that is the approach that Christians have used since the beginning. Like you can see it in Tertullian, you can see it in Origin. It is in the contradictions, in the apparent contradictions,
mhm.
in the paradoxes where the truth lies. And that is also, no pun intended with the lie part, but that is that's also how it works with Taoism. That's how it works with Buddhism. I've read a lot of other religions, and in almost all the religions and in most ancient philosophies, it is in those contradictions that you find those what we call deeper truths.
Yes, and this is the strength of Catholicism, is not being stuck to sola scriptura and
Mhm.
literalism. Now, obviously in the Protestant world, there is a spectrum of everything said, everything written actually literally happened to.
Yeah.
No, there's genres and there's tropes being used, etc.
W-
So
w- One of the biggest problems that I've had with, and I consider this guy a friend, he's an ex-boss of mine, but it's one of the biggest problems that we have is he thinks the parables are literal as well. And I'm like, no, like it's in the context, it's not
right.
literal. Like that's, and it's like, I'm telling you, Jesus can tell a joke. And he's like, no, Jesus couldn't tell a joke because everything he says is true. So in his mind, if Jesus told a joke, suddenly that would be the reality. So it's like, how do you even negotiate with someone
No,
about
you
what the
can't.
text means? Yeah.
No. You can't negotiate with them, because until they get to the point where they can realize how ridiculous that is. When if you take that, does that mean Jesus had a doorknob and a lock
Yeah.
and hinges? Like, yeah, I am
Yeah.
the door. Does that mean he was a door, like a literal door? No, of course no.
And
Um,
of course, most of these people are KJV only as or they use the NIV. And you can kind
yeah,
of, when you're talking to them, you can kind of sense where they're at. And so even if you guys agree with each other, you can't use the allegorical explanation. You have to go with the literal. And that is problematic for a lot of Catholics. And I'm bringing this up specifically for what we're talking about, because I think that's what happens with Trent Horn, with Tim Staples, even with Gavin Ortland to an extent. I don't think it's that they're trying to lie to you, Micheal Beverly. is that they're trying to speak to the ultra literalist in their audience, and they don't want to lose them. They don't want them off their channel. They don't want them to leave the religion. They
Yeah.
want them in their they want them in the pews, and you can't tell them, hey, just to let you know. And you saw what happened to Gavin when he said this. He's like, hey, just to let you know, evolution's true. And he had a massive exodus on his channel for a few months where people were just hating on him, saying that he had gone woke. And he's like, what are you talking about? All I said is, yeah, evolution has some merits. So that
Yeah,
is a
no,
real problem.
I didn't I didn't specifically watch that drama, but I did watch some of the drama he had with Megan Basham or
Mhm.
whatever her name is. And there were people on Twitter calling him a human garbage and a cockroach and a
Mhm.
sellout, and you know all the stuff. And I was sitting back looking like, I don't agree with his positions, obviously, but he seems like a very nice person. I don't think he's human garbage. Um,
Well, to mention that Kip Davis had a comment on his channel earlier where he was like he was so happy that he got called I don't know if he got called Judas, and I'm like, hey, buddy, I've been called Satan ever since I adopted the Bible as literature point of view. Like
yeah,
I've had the rat trats call me Satan. I've had like nominal Christians, like Christians who like haven't gone to church in years, and like if I start telling them about, hey, that's actually a polemic in the Old Testament, they're like, are you Satan? And I'm like, what the hell? Like
yeah,
you're
yeah.
out partying. Like what am I doing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've sold out. Well, so it's funny that you just mentioned that stuff from the Old Testament. So when I look at it, the miracles of Jesus, in some cases they're cut and paste from the Septuagint from Elijah and Elisha, or Elijah and Elisha. Elijah, how do you anyway, it doesn't matter. Um when you look at that and you sit and you ask yourself, did Jesus really do these things exactly, like did God set it up so that he would follow the pattern of Moses, or that he would heal the widow's son and then do the same things that were already done, often using the same words? And the
Mhm.
answer is no, that's silly. Like life doesn't work that way. Now, when you start getting even deeper into it and you realize, for instance, in Mark, Jesus' first miracle, he goes into the temple, he reads from the scroll supposedly, and somebody screeches out and he heals the demonic. Now, Mark doesn't say literally this is Jesus' first miracle, but he presents it as his first miracle. This is Jesus opening his ministry. He gets baptized by John, and then he goes out and he starts doing healings and deliverance. The next, he goes to um, Peter's mother-in-law's and heals her of a fever. And John says no. John actually labels the wine miracle as the first miracle. So literalists and those that are fundamentalists, or those that are say it's exactly right, have a problem. They have to go back to Mark and say, well, Mark didn't say it was the literal first miracle, so that means it wasn't. No, you're lying. That's a lie. You have to read it the way it was written. It was written by a guy for readers, right? And if you won't accept that a writer is writing for his readers and the words
Mhm.
mean what they mean, then you might as well just throw the whole book out, because then you can't decipher anything that way.
Well, you can't
So
negotiate with it. You have to submit to it.
well, yeah, and when it has apparent contradictions, you have to pick a side, and then this leads to the battle. Oh, Jesus didn't mean that; he meant this. Oh, it's very clear that Jesus didn't hate homosexuals. No, no, it's very clear he wanted them, to be told they're rotten, horrible sinners going to hell if they don't change. No, Jesus didn't want people to get, tattoos or play pinball or drink beer. It's right there. It's obviously, it's like every single one of these arguments goes back to what Dan McClellan says about the text. Everybody negotiates the text for themselves. And if you,
But okay, so I'm glad you went
yeah,
there because that's exactly my next point that I wanted to push back against.
sure.
So in my audience is a Baptist preacher who I absolutely love. He actually brought me back to Christianity after I was gone. Now, he's not the one who did the work, but he helped me out while I was negotiating how I understood the text.
Yeah.
And another person who's someone from my childhood who saw me go through what I'm going to talk about later in this chat on this episode, which is the struggles of being more femme than masculine as a teenager and being rejected by
Mhm.
both males and female for that, and then suddenly going through puberty and being like really strong, but you can't beat the allegations from being a wimp or a sissy when you're a child, like
Yeah.
suddenly you're bigger than everyone else, but they still remember you being, softer than everyone else. And
Mhm.
this person saw me go through that like directly. Like in some points, he was actually the villain in some of these situations. And we're now friends today, and he's a Baptist minister. And I sometimes when I have trouble understanding a Protestant point of view, I will email him and I'll be like, hey, and this is someone who I was in, like, if you want to use like terms, I was an enemy with for like a good
Mhm.
10 years of my life.
Yeah.
When I have a question about, hey, I don't understand how Protestants understand this, I will email him and he'll email me back within 5 minutes. And he'll be like, hey, well, this is what this means. This is what that means. And I think that when Dan McKellen is rejecting or labeling, you have to negotiate for yourself, I think he's rejecting the fact that even Protestants do submit to a tradition, even if they don't want to admit that it comes from originally the Catholic Church. There is a traditional orthodoxy that won out. And whether you want to say there were other ones that should have won out, that's not the point. The orthodoxy is the one that won out. That's why we call it orthodoxy. So I think that the traditional way of understanding the Bible is true. If I didn't think that, I wouldn't be a Catholic. That is the whole Catholic thing.
Mhm.
And like, I think even you gave a joke to me about, well, does that mean that even the Orthodox have a problem with you? Luckily, I've yet to have an Orthodox have a problem with me, but in theory, they should, because I am not saying that the earliest interpretation of the Bible is the correct one. I'm saying that we're doing the best to understand the Bible based on our current knowledge. And
Mhm.
that knowledge is more on some things than what the ancients had. And some of that stuff is less than what the ancients had. Like the people living in the society obviously knew more about their society, but they didn't know enough about the past. So we can say, hey, that didn't happen, or hey, there wasn't a camel in Arabia at that time.
Right.
That's not a basis of their faith. That's not a basis of anyone else's faith. Yeah, it's a cool contradiction an atheist or anti-theist can throw at a Christian, but it's not going to get either of my Baptist friends to quit their religion. You know, like they went through a whole life of
Mhm.
suffering, of marriage, of divorce, of whatever they went through with this religion. So a little factoid that doesn't fit their narrative, that's not going to break them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you could show them 1,000 factoids, and it's not going to break them. What it takes for somebody to shift is usually some outside spark or influence in the mind will get somebody thinking, and then those apparent contradictions or real contradictions or problems will now be used as evidence in someone's own mind. I mean, this is how my deconstruction worked. It wasn't like I went and studied the Bible and apologetics and said, oh, it's all not true. There was a catalyst, and then that got me looking at things. But I'm curious to ask you about is when when a Baptist or a Catholic or anybody else looks at the books that they have, do they look at all of the books they don't have? Because this is another one of my accusations of Christians lie. The apocrypha for Protestants and all the discarded for both Protestant and Catholics is a massive. There are many gospels that everyone acknowledges are not legit.
Mhm.
So this proves to me that Christians actively try to deceive and lie. In fact, most critical scholars will only say 7 of Paul's letters are actually written by Paul. Now, of course, fundamentalists will say, no, that's not true. Paul wrote all of them, but that's not being fair to the text. The text says somebody forged these things. Then, so my question to you is when you look at that, say the Acts of Paul or the other Acts, there's like, I don't know,
Mhm.
there's a dozen or so books that people know are not true. Somebody had to draw the line in the sand. And the line in the sand is these Christians are telling the truth and these Christians are a bunch of liars. So, and I'm saying, how do you know like we just look at Christians today and they still lie. So how do you know 2,000 years ago where you drew the line in the sand and in the right spot?
Well, I mean, okay, so let me respond to BS Lewis in the chat real quick, and then I'll respond because I actually do have a strong response for that. So let me back up just a second. So while I do agree with you that it's more than plausible, not even possible, more than plausible that some of uh, the epistles that are ascribed to Paul were not written by Paul. For Catholics, we have a very easy out, which is, well, we believe they're inspired because the church tells us so, not because of who the author is who wrote it. That's a very easy out. But you do have rad trads, and I'm bringing this up because I have a priest that I personally go to who recently has been censored or corrected, I guess I should say, not censored, by my bishop, and my bishop is slightly liberal, to be very honest, and basically as a counter to his correction, he doesn't want people coming up to get communion with crossed arms. So there's an unofficial tradition that if you come up with crossed arms, you get a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's taking that away because he's like, I got punished, so now you're going to get punished. It's that kind of thing. It's not cool, but it's cute. If you get what I'm saying. But the thing is that he has very liberal tendencies, and so he wants to talk about the Bible being written by different authors. He wants to talk about all the stuff that me and you, Michael, agree on, that me and Dan and me and Kip agree on. He wants to talk about that. But the problem is that he'll then get into politics, and that's where the bishop is like, enough, stop.
Yeah.
And that happens. And I think that that's the same thing here, which is there are rad trads who will tell you, I'm not a real Catholic because I don't believe it's necessary for Paul to have written all of the epistles, where I don't think it's necessary that Matthew wrote Matthew and Mark wrote Mark. That I'm like, I'm hopeful he did. Like, I'm hoping that the oral tradition at least goes back to him. But if it doesn't hurt my faith. They have a problem.
Yeah, okay, so my question is why though? So take the scribal additions in Josephus's work, right? So scholars argue if there was anything in there about Jesus, that would be the most liberal, plausible position that Josephus did write something about Jesus, although some critical scholars say no, it's completely out of place. But everybody agrees, except for maybe a crazy fundamentalist, that this Jew didn't really write. If you can say he was really a man and he was doing miracles, and Josephus was a Jew. He wouldn't have written all that stuff. It's nonsense. And so
the question becomes whether or not it's something that was added in later, or whether it's a correction to something that was actually in the text. Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. To me, it doesn't matter. All I know is a Christian lied. A Christian tried to fool us. A Christian wrote something with the intent to bolster Christianity. And the minute that you admit that happened, you admit that Christians will do deceptive things. And these are things that are 1900, 1800, 1900, 2000, almost 2,000 years ago. Once you admit that, you're never going to be able to convince me of what is not a lie. Like, why would I trust just because you want it to be? Was it written in different ink? Like, if we can admit that part's not true, like for instance, the census, not only is it not historical, it's ludicrous. It would be like if America said, we're having a census next census, and Alpha, you need to go to the place your great grandfather. Like, where would you go? That doesn't make any sense. So the census itself is ahistorical and nonsensical, and it goes against what a census is for. A census is
Michael. I'm monitoring chat on my phone, and my phone's about to die, and I have other guests I have to invite in. So I'm going to step off to plug it in. I'm still here. Okay, so continue going. I gotta plug it in.
No, yeah, go plug in your phone. So we know, unless you're a hardcore fundamentalist that really thinks that the census is literally what happened, like the entire kingdom was told to go to the house of their ancestors, then there's this either a trope or something that's not true. Now, in this case, I would call it, it's if you say the literature is designed to propel Christianity, then it's a lie and propaganda that's a lie. If you say it's a story to make people be better, or like a fable, like an Aesop's fable to teach a lesson, okay, well then I would say, okay, fine, it's not a malicious lie, it's just a story. But you can't have it both ways.
Well, let me give you a real example. I got two different ones that are perfect
Okay,
for this. I'm going to give you a real example from my life. You tell me which one you want me to Christianize. I'm going to
okay,
tell you the event, and then you tell me which one you want me to Christianize, and I'll Christianize it for you here on live. Like you'll see
oh,
me do the Christian thing.
okay,
Okay. So there's me losing my ability to walk at 33, and then a year and a half, well, through 30 to 33 as I was losing it. But by 33, I could not walk. And for a whole year, I could not walk. And eventually, through diet, exercise, prayer, that kind of stuff, I eventually gained my ability back. I'm never going to get the muscle that I lost back. I had diabetic muscle atrophy in the back of my leg. But the fact that I could walk, that I came back from a 14A1C, which according to the doctors, I don't know how true this is, 12A1C is death. So I was at 14. The fact that I came back from that is not in the not in the literal spiritual sense, but is a miracle. It's a medical miracle that happened. The other one, the one that's almost easier for me to Christianize, is when I was about 21, 22. Me and my buddies went to the island, and as we were coming back, we didn't know that there was construction happening, and we drove off the expressway, off the highway. There was a turn. Luckily, there was like plank wood underneath to get the
mhm,
construction vehicles to go back and forth. We landed on it. We did it, and by a miracle, again, I'm going to use it more colloquially than
mhm,
technically. Other people behind us saw us do that, and they also used that turn, the little plywood. Now we
mhm,
didn't know it was there, but by us landing on it, and by us surviving, and by them seeing us do that, it not only saved our lives, it saved other people's lives. Now, which version of that would you like me to Christianize?
you mean which were the two stories?
Yeah, which are the two stories? Like, these are real events from my life. Which one would you like me to Christianize for
No,
you?
you could do the first one because that one's easier, I think, for you to. The
Okay.
other one could just be a lucky coincidence.
Okay.
So do the first one.
Okay. So I'm going to tell the same story again. Now I'm going to add a lot of Christianese into it. And
Okay.
you tell me where I'm lying. Okay. So when I was 30 years old, I was a Taoist. I identified as pansexual. I identified as polyamorous. I had come out of multiple three polyamorous relationships. I was reading the Wiccan. I was reading Wiccan books and magic books, and a lot of heavy philosophy. Hegel, Heidegger, Heidegger's not Heidegger. Sorry, Saltaire, and Nietzsche. And in that state, I got a job with one of my best friends who's actually going to be here later tonight to talk about, or he might be here to talk about male loneliness. And he got me a job in his company, and I worked my way up. But as I did, my father started bringing me donuts and pizza and all that kind of stuff. And it was a nighttime job. So I didn't exercise at all. So I
Mhm,
got super fat. And in my hedonism of sexuality, of depravity, I lost my ability to walk. And then after after about a year, I finally went to the doctor to figure out what was going on, and my blood was basically syrup. It was no good. I wasn't getting nutrients to anything. Um, and so I, on the spot, decided I'm going to reevaluate my entire life. And that includes learning religion and taking the Bible seriously. I had already read the Bible once all the way by myself, but I didn't find it very believable. So I'm going to do it again. And I discovered the Liturgy of the Hours, and I started practicing my faith, which meant also practicing the rules. So I
mhm,
cut out the drinking, I cut out the over sexuality, I cut out the gluttony, I cut out basically the sins.
mhm,
And by doing so, I started getting healthier, but I still couldn't stand or walk for very long. So every day I would like walk 1 minute at a time, add in a minute. This took a year. I mean, it was a terrible process. It was very painful. And finally, I started praying to God, and I said, God, if you can give me the ability to run a mile, and if you can give me the ability to kneel for 1 hour, I will go back to church. And eventually, within about a month or so of the prayer, I was able to run a mile. And within about 2 months of me going, like looking for answers and going back to church, and ended up going back to the church that I grew up in, um, because I had a problem with Paul and his misogyny, or that kind of thing.
Mhm.
I started going through CCD to become a Christian again, and in that process, I was able to kneel for an hour, and so I went to church for the first time. And after that, I've been healthy since, even as my sugar has fluctuated back and forth, because diabetes is not something that stays stable. Okay, so I Christianized that story. I didn't lie.
Mhm.
I Christianized it. So from your perspective, where did I lie?
No, well, you didn't lie at all. Other than there's no miracle here. Like anybody that had done exactly what you had done would have had exactly the same result. If a Hindu or a Muslim or an atheist or a Protestant Pentecostal snake handler had looked at their life and said, I need to evaluate my life, and I'm killing myself. I'm eating myself to death. And I can't walk, and I'm, you know, God, if I can, I'm gonna dedicate myself to you, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I'm gonna read the Vedas. Krishna, if you can allow me to kneel in a month or so, or again, I'll go back to temple. A Jew could do this.
Mhm.
I could do this as an atheist. I'm also overweight, and I'm in risk of diabetes. I could say to you right now, I'm going to evaluate my life, and I'm going to read the Satanic Bible, and follow the Seth, the code of the Sith. Like
Mhm.
I'm gonna watch all the Star Wars movies, and I'm gonna dedicate myself to eating right, and I'm gonna meditate on the Sith code, and I'm going to ask Darth Vader that if I can run a mile, I will donate 10% of my money to the secret society of Sith. So whatever you put your mind on to do that is scientifically possible. Like, so we already know this. We already know that if you don't pass a certain point in diabetes, if you cut out sugar, in fact, if you just go on a straight protein diet, you can go
Mhm.
off of insulin, and lots of doctors have done multiple studies on this. So
But
we
let
we
me push back. Let me push back
okay,
right
sure.
there, though.
Yeah.
So when I did this, this is before that TED Talk came out. So I did this taking a huge risk, and I was following biblical principles. And this is what my definition of truth is. I've said it on my channel before. If you don't know it, I believe the Bible is true because it's practically true. In other words, if you live out the principles a certain way, you will get the exact result. So if you follow the principles as they are, these are the results that will happen, and that's consistent over time. So that for me is truth in the Bible, if you will. So by following a biblical diet, I hate using that term because I know it's going to piss off certain aspects of my audience, but by following a biblical diet, by following certain biblical uh, rules on morality and ethics, my life improved. And by
Mhm.
practicing the principle of the liturgy of the hours, which is praying in the morning, praying in the afternoon, praying in the evening, reading certain passages, reading certain church father writings, not only did that help me in my spiritual journey, but that also helped me on my YouTube journey. That also helped me financially. Living these principles out helped me go from being a personal trainer to working as a car salesman where I made a lot of money.
Mhm.
And living out these principles helped me have a structured life. So it's not just true because God is true, even though I do believe God is true. It's also true because when you live out the principles the way they're designed, you do get a certain result. Now, that's, of course, that's not every Christian story. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
No, no,
the way that I understand it.
but I have no argument with what the principles you're talking about here. I'm just saying that they work for any other faith. In fact, ask yourself, why are Jews so successful?
Mhm.
Why why are Jews so successful? They're doctors, they're lawyers, they're in Hollywood producers, and why? Is it because Yahweh blesses the Jews, or is it because Jews teach their sons,
Mhm.
stay away from women when you're young, and get a degree? In fact, if you want to stay in good favor, you will go to Harvard, right? I have a Chinese friend that has the same family dynamic. When we were in high school, I got good grades because I'm smart, but I never studied. I didn't care about it, and I didn't have my parents were white trash. They didn't care. I didn't go to college. My Chinese friend, however, would have been taken out back and beat with a stick if he didn't go to college. And he went to UCLA, and then he got a master's at USC. He followed in his dad's footsteps. Why? Because he had no choice. That was what you did. So he was a firstborn Chinese from an immigrant family, right? His parents came from China to live the American dream. He did not have a choice. So I have, in fact, I have another story. I have a Calabash uncle who's Japanese, who was born in a Japanese internment camp in America. And what was he told when he was grown up? These are the principles that you follow. Now he's as far away from religion as you can imagine. Is he successful? Yes. He's a multimillionaire. Now, we could play this game all day long. I could find a Hindu, I could find a Muslim, I could find a Mormon. If you follow these principles, you will have much higher success.
So I want to stop you there because last time we had this conversation, we didn't get to where I wanted to get to on this point.
Sure.
So I have read all those other religions. I've studied Taoism. I was a Taoist. I've studied Buddhism. I was never a Buddhist, but my wife's family are Buddhist. I've studied I don't know. I've studied like too many religions to name all here, but let's just say all the major world religions you can think of, including Hinduism. Not only have I read them, not only did I take college courses on them, but I also myself took time to investigate them. I'm not saying I'm an expert or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying, but I'm familiar with their principles. And I can tell you that there are certain religions whose principles could help me be a better person and help me live a healthier life. And there are religions whose principles not only could lead me the wrong way, there's some Islamic principles that would have led me the wrong way, but there are certain religions that did lead me the wrong way, such as the more hedonistic ones, the more pathenistic ones, did lead me the wrong way into unhealthy habits.
Well, right, but you're just proving that the natural selection and evolution work, and evolution works. Evolution works analogously in designing aircraft.
But it also works. It also works on the religious text, which is my argument for a very long time. And there are people out there, including some scholars who do watch this channel, who disagree with that view. I believe that the evolutionary pressures that are on the Bible help produce truth, because the stuff that's not true has to fall away, and the stuff that's not harmful stays in the text. That's why we have multiple versions of the same story. That's why we have to continually have the Bible refresh, because it is pushing against different ideas, and the outdated ideas.
Okay, none of that. That's all wonderful. That's all wonderful, but it's not. That doesn't make it true. That doesn't mean Jesus rose from the dead. It just means if you take some set of principles, and over time you weed out the bad ones and you pressure the good ones into being. It would be like, how many things in the Bible do we not need to follow to live a prosperous, happy life? Do you worry about mixing fabrics?
Hold on.
Oh, sure.
Hold on. Shit. Give me a second.
What happened?
Oh, well, we're about to lose it. Okay. Let me see if the chat's still there. We had a small crash. Let's see. Are we still live?
The button's still counting.
Okay. I'm just asking in the chat. Let's see. People who are watching, can you let me know if we're still good? Yeah, we're okay. We're still good.
Yeah, it sent mine through.
Okay. All right.
And maybe it crashed and it came back.
Yeah. All right. Continue on. Sorry about that.
Well, okay. So it's we don't need Jesus to have risen from the dead for principles that work to make your life better to be the ones that get pushed. There's tons of stuff in the Bible that we don't. I say we. If I was a Christian, I mean in the royal we, that we don't follow, right? So so things in the Bible, if we take the Bible as a whole, like don't eat pork. Well, if somebody feels eating pork is not healthy for them and they're disciplined not to eat pork, the fact that they're a disciplined person and can forego pork would also tend to lead me to think they're a disciplined person who could forego over drinking or playing video games or porn, right? If you have the self-discipline, but most people today aren't not shaving their sideburns. They're not worrying about mixing fabric. They're not worrying if they have to work on a Sunday because that's their job and it's their duty. They do it. Those things get pushed aside, and the things that are important come to the forefront. So going back to why are Jews successful? Well, they've created a structure that works very well to push their young men to become responsible fathers, business people, lawyers. And of course I'm generalizing, not every Jew is rich, but when you look at a certain culture, and it's you can contrast that with where I live in the Mexican culture. The Mexican culture tends to be a lot more laissez-faire. It is what it is. Your dad's a janitor, you're a janitor. Who cares? You're a janitor. It doesn't matter. There's no shame in being a janitor and cleaning toilets. You got to earn a living. And you love your mom and you go to mass. Right? That's a different mentality, and it leads to a system that has a certain product. And one of those
flavor,
one of those products is, Mexico doesn't have a World War II experience where it built a war machine. How did a war machine get built in Germany? Good Catholics and Lutherans with a different mindset, using the same principles. So
let me ask you. Let me push back though on a little bit, and I'm going to ask you. These are leading questions, but they're leading on purpose. Okay,
sure,
I don't
no
think
problem.
I'm trying to trap you or anything like that. So the principles of Judaism, did they or did they not help a group of people stay unified even through separation, through dystopia? Not dystopia. I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. The word for when people are sent off.
Dysphoria.
I lost it. Dysphoria. There we go. Through dysphorias, to where where this group has a set of principles and a culture that unites them, while other groups who had been dispersed simply disappeared.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. Did the principles of Christianity help lead to Christendom, which eventually conquered the majority of the world?
Yes, but I would also add the caveat: this may not have happened without the Romans making this an official religion. That certainly got a lot of backing when government and religion married.
That's fair enough. For Muslims, for Islam, if Islam hadn't come around, would the Arabic and Aramaic countries have been able to have conquered the majority of the world at one point in history?
Well, it would have needed to be something. It could have been, there could have been a charismatic leader could have formed another type of Christianity, like a different orthodoxy, perhaps. The world would probably actually be safer and better if Islam never was invented and instead it was a different form of Christianity. But the winners win. Like that's how it works.
But is that not an evolutionary process that leads to what we would call truth? Do you not need to have these pressures?
No. Unless you're going to say a bull elephant and a tiger are truth. Like, how is it, okay, yes. If you mean truth by who survived, then a Siberian tiger is truth. But what happened to all the other cats that died out? They were they not truth? No, they just they didn't their niche changed, or they didn't adapt to their niche, and they died. What? Ask yourself this: was Marcion an evil, terrible person, or did Marcion have some good ideas? Yeah, he had some good ideas. He wasn't an idiot. Did his ideas survive? No.
So I'm going to be Petersonian here. Not that I'm as smart or as have as many degrees as Jordan Peterson, but to be Petersonian here, lies die out. Like the ideas that do not work will fail.
Those are two different things. Those are two different things. Lies and things that work are different things.
Explain. For my audience, not for me, but for my audience.
Well, sure. But a lie that is successful in producing the thing that you want. Like, for instance, it's you're in the middle of a war and you're a platoon leader. Do you tell your men, we're gonna fight together and we're gonna survive this battle and we're gonna be victorious, and God is with us, et cetera, et cetera? Or do you say, men, most of you are never gonna see your families again and you're all gonna die terrible deaths? Well, in this case, the lie is more effective. In fact, the lie here, I would say, would actually lead to more success, because by lying to the men, you've got in their mind, they've developed a hope, and with that hope of survival, maybe half your platoon survives. If you tell them all in the beginning that it's hopeless and none of them, if you told them in the beginning, half of you are never going to see your families again, you're going to die terrible deaths, you'll probably kill 3/4 of them. So whether it's a truth or a lie isn't the metric. The metric in evolution is survival.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you think, based on what you just said, I'm not going with other things. I'm just
Sure.
just where we are. Do you think that Christianity is a necessary lie for civilization and society to have survived up to this point?
Some form of it, yes, but I don't think it had to be Christianity. I think the hope that people have of an afterlife and a belief in a all-watching God has helped society get where it was. Now, it's also led to terrible tragedies. So if you're asking me if I wish there was no religion ever, I don't know. That's an impossible question to answer.
But and I want to keep it on the topic at hand because we still
Sure.
haven't covered apologists. So I'm going to
Yeah.
close off with this, and then we'll do apologists.
Okay.
I believe, and I don't mean this metaphorically, I'm being literal here.
Yeah.
I believe Jesus rose from the dead. And I believe transubstantiation is true. I'm giving you both a Christian thing and a Catholic thing to argue
Sure.
against here. I believe that transubstantiation is true. Now, me and you have interacted multiple times. You've seen my channel a few times without, without context. I've watched your channel. I don't think you're lying. I'm hoping you don't think I'm lying, but I believe this thing. So, from your perspective, and keep it on me. You don't have to make it about other Christians. Keep it on me.
Mm-hmm.
Where am I lying, or where am I misleading you, someone who I have the potential of being a friend with? Right now, we're internet friends. It's not real friends, but we get
Mm-hmm.
along. We have shared opinions and we have differences. We can be entertaining for an audience. But where am I misleading you when I say, hey, I really do believe Jesus Christ rose from the dead. I really do believe he's God. I really do believe in the Trinity. Hey, I really do believe that the substance changes, but the accidents don't change when it comes to real presence. When I say that, where am I misleading you in our internet friendship here?
No, you're not at all. And to explain why I believe that, let me say something I told Than. So I said to Than, look, if you say to me, I believe Jesus rose from the dead, in spite of the fact that the evidence is murky and there's contradictions and most people don't accept it, because of my faith, I believe Jesus. So when you tell me you believe Jesus rose from the dead, I don't think you're lying. I don't think Than's lying. I don't think J. Warner Wallace, who I know for a fact is a liar, I don't think he's lying when he says, I believe Jesus rose from the dead. So the lie is what comes after to defend it. Now, if you say to me next, I believe Jesus rose from the dead, and and the reason I believe that is because evidence, 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 and it's the most obvious conclusion that a smart, logical person would take looking at the history, then I'd say, no, you're lying now. That's a lie. It is not obvious, because to say that it's the obvious, that it's the Bayesian conclusion, that the facts are so plain.
Mr. Patuzzi, you may have been called out.
Yes. So when you do that, what you do is you gaslight everyone who's not a Christian. You dehumanize everyone that's not a Christian. And either you're saying we're stupid, or you're saying the universe has been programmed and designed, like a Calvinist believe, to blind us, and we don't have a choice. Well, if we don't have a choice and we're blinded, why would you bother even trying to convince us? Let's just accept Calvinism and I'll go to hell happily. I'm going to burn because
all right,
I have no choice.
So,
right. So that's the answer. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. I'm going to stop it here. Let's take a 1-minute break so we can both get water. My mouth is dry as hell. And then we'll switch to apologists, whether or not apologists are honest or not, and whether or not honesty is necessary for apologetics to work.
Sounds good.
All right. I'm going to I don't have a way to pause, so we're just gonna have a blank screen for a
We'll
second.
just have
I'll
a
be
blank
right back.
screen. Skip ahead,
Yeah.
people, for 1 minute. If I was a singer, I would sing, but I'm not. I'll just say, since Alpha's gone, I came prepared and brought my water with me. Hey James, are you still here? You can flood the chat a little bit while we wait for Alpha to get back. I will say hello to you. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O.
I'm gonna mute the mics real quick, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and we are back. Sorry about that for those listening at home, but I needed some water and I also wanted a little cookie.
No worries.
Okay, so what I want to switch to, and it's still on the topic of truth and Christianity, but it's more about the presenters.
Okay.
Okay. Let's start off with just the general question. Is there honesty in any apologetics that you see out there from the Christian side? That includes Catholics, that includes Baptists, like the whole thing. Do you think there is any truth in apologetics?
Well, the truth, when you're talking about your personal testimony and feelings, can be very true. So when you tell me you believe that the wafer changes, or the
Mhm.
wine changes, or that you believe Jesus rose from the dead, I don't think you're lying. I think you really believe that. When when Christians give a testimony like your testimony of your transformation and your healing, I don't think the story is false. I believe you. The story is true. What I think happens though is people start crossing a line and arguing as if they're a defense attorney or a prosecuting attorney giving their closing argument, and they'll exaggerate or dismiss counter evidence because they're trying to make a case. And so one of the problems I have with apologetics is apologists will be very happy to give their reasons, minimal facts, or we have so many copies of the Bible, or apostles wouldn't die for a lie, and et cetera, et cetera. But they won't give the counters. And if you don't have the whole story, you're like a jury that's only been allowed in the courtroom for the prosecuting attorney's evidence and closing testimony and opening statement, right? In other words, you didn't get to hear the whole trial. So that's the part that's dishonest. The apologists quite often act as if there isn't a prosecuting attorney. Let's try to keep this metaphor straight. Let's say the defender is defending the resurrection, right? So the prosecuting attorney has all the counter evidence why Jesus didn't rise from the dead. And so Christian apologists, you brought up Cameron Bertuzzi. Here's a perfect example. When Cameron Bertuzzi gave me an opportunity to go on the show and question Wallace, what happened? They canceled the show. And then when he had him back, he didn't allow anybody to ask him any questions. Well, that's dishonest. It's not honest. It's not honest if you keep from your audience the whole story. So if you just say to me, I believe that Jesus rose from the dead. This is my faith. I believe it. I mean, God's impressed on me. My life has changed following Jesus. And when I read the Gospels, I feel they're true. Okay, yeah, fine. I accept that. But that's not you being an apologist. If you start being an apologist, meaning now you're making a defense of this and you're trying to convince an audience that it's true, and you're not presenting the whole picture, you're not being honest. Now, how that would work out in practical terms, I'm not sure. If you said, Michael, would you want you or another atheist or skeptic to be invited on every show anytime Cameron Bertuzzi speaks? I would say, well, yeah, that would be honest. I mean, why doesn't he do that? Well, the answer is obvious, because he doesn't care about truth. And that was my statement from my post. They don't care about honesty.
But
So
let me push back against someone that we both like Dan McKellen. I think we both like Dan here, right? I have a problem when he inserts his politics into his interpretation of the Bible. To me, that's dishonest. Not because that interpretation isn't possible. That interpretation is completely plausible and possible.
Yeah.
The problem is that he's presenting his political opinion as a factual way of interpreting the Bible. One of the things.
Well, if he does that without presenting the whole side or without giving counters, then I would say he would be guilty of doing what apologists do. But I think I've heard him say on numerous occasions, when the text isn't totally clear, I default to protecting protecting the minority class. Now, what I would argue about Dan McClellan is that he protects his personal view, and it comes across as his protection of the church. And I don't like that, because I would rather him just come out and say, yes, I'm a Mormon culturally because it's family, friends, and I like it, and I like the people, but I don't believe Jesus rose from the dead, and I don't believe Joseph Smith really got gold plates. But he can't come out and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think the reason he doesn't do that is because he's made agreements, or he doesn't want to step on toes. I mean, he kind of says that. I listened to one of his, like a 4-hour interview he had in the Mormon Stories. And when that question comes up, he just says, I don't talk about that in public, which is completely fine. I mean, I wouldn't bag on anybody not talking about their personal stuff, but I think he gets close to crossing this into this gray area of being unfair when he's presenting things, but not giving, like, for an example, there was a stream one time where Kip Davis said, I don't like being the label atheist, but he admits that by definition he is one, but he just doesn't call himself one. Okay, that's honest. He doesn't feel like being called an atheist. He doesn't like using the atheist, but pressed, he says, well, yeah, I don't believe in a revealed God. So technically I'm an atheist, but Lots of people don't want to be called that. So, but when you explain it that way, okay, that's fair. But when you keep it kind of hidden, I mean, who knows? I mean, to me, I would like to see Dan come out and say, yeah, I'm an atheist, or yet no, I believe in a God, a universal God, and Mormonism is just one many reflections of the way humans make stories to make it make sense, right? I mean, that would be fair. So when it
So I
comes
have
to go,
I
okay,
have
go ahead.
I have a video on my channel that I haven't taken down, and other Christians have asked me to take it down, not directly, just indirectly. They're like, "Look, we won't talk to you until this video is gone," and I'm like, "I'm not taking it down," and it's my views before I went to RCIA, and I put
Mhm.
all of them out there. I made 7 videos. I called it my philosophical views. It's when I was pretentious and I thought my channel was going to do much better than it actually did, and
Yeah,
I basically no, I don't know this at the time. At the time, I don't know anything about religion, but I'm
yeah,
speaking liberation theology talking points. And I think it's important to keep that up there for honesty's sake.
yeah,
Like you're going to come to me and you're going to ask me, what does the church teach about LGBTQ issues? Since you brought that up earlier, and I'm going to tell you, the church doesn't affirm. It doesn't believe that gay people can get married in church. It doesn't believe in women pastors, and there's no way that you can get around that because that's the way we interpret the Bible, and it's part of our dogma. That's it. Like there's no getting around it. But that doesn't mean that I'm suddenly rejecting people who are LGBTQ, plus identifying. That's not what I'm doing. I have friends who are in that community who go to Catholic Mass, and
yeah.
I want them to come on this channel, but they
Right.
won't because they're like, I don't want people to know that this is what I'm doing. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
So
like,
my pushback, can I push back on that?
yeah,
My pushback on that is you are, by identifying with the Catholic Church and by supporting the Catholic Church and by accepting the doctrines,
mhm.
you are part of a system that has oppressed people. Like that. This is well. You responded to my video
Mhm.
when I basically
Mhm.
said, I don't remember what I said. Like you have to be like a racist and a bigot to be
Yeah.
a Christian. Like you're. And my argument there is you're supporting like I would rather have you say, I really believe Jesus rose from the dead and Christianity is true, but I reject all organized religions because it leads to oppression of women, minorities, and other people.
Well,
And
there's a version of this conversation that we're having right now, which isn't happening because I watched something else earlier
yeah,
that like sent me in a different direction. But there's a version of this where I wanted to go through with you the points, the stress points in my history of religion, which is that on my father's side, we're Sephardic Jews,
mhm,
and my family were conversos who ratted out the other Jewish people. We come from a town that's named for us for protecting Jewish people 100 years earlier, and then when it came time for the Reconquista, we're like, nah, we're not doing this. We're not doing this again. And then on my mother's side, the Spaniards conquered my ancestors.
mhm,
You know a little bit about Mexico. I'm from the Rio Grande Valley. We are Mexico. We just happened to, after the Texas Revolution, fall on the other side of the river. But everyone here is Hispanic. People were surprised during the election that one of these counties is like 98% Mexican, and we all voted. They all voted for Trump. It's like, no, like we are like, this is Mexico territory. Like people
yeah,
speak Spanish here before they speak English. And those are stress points in my faith. When examining my faith, when I reached out to this person who, about the questions on Paul, I'm going to go ahead and say his name, uh, Steve Glosson of of ah, I can't remember the name. Anyway, he has a podcast on Superman. That's all you need to know. He's really awesome.
mm,
But when I reached out to him, it's because I'm looking at what Paul is saying and I'm looking at my own family history. And I'm like, if we weren't conquered, there would be no Christian version of me. On both sides of my family,
right,
they converted through conquest. They didn't convert through like, hey, let's all be Catholic. It was by the sword, for lack of a better
yeah,
term. So there's a version of this conversation that I wanted to cover those points. That's not where we're going now. I just want to bring that up because I do get what you're saying, but it's kind of like the evolutionary pressure thing that I was talking about earlier with the Bible, which is it doesn't matter if it was the Spaniards or the Aztecs who conquered my people's faith would have had to change to the religion of the conquered. So if the Aztecs had come through the valley and had decided to expand their territory, we'd be praying to the Aztec gods instead of praying to the. I think our people were like naturalists, like they prayed to the
Mhm.
river and like lizard eaters, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it would have had to have changed regardless of who conquered us. So for me to lament that is dishonest. You know what I mean? Like it would have changed either way.
Well, yeah, but once you admit that, then you can see if you had lived somewhere that was conquered by Muslims, probably be Muslim today, and
Mhm.
you and I would be talking, and you would tell me how you believe that Muhammad, peace be upon him, was the last prophet. And if you had been, if you had been born and raised in Salt Lake City to a loving Mormon family, you would probably be telling me right now that you really love Dan McClellan, except he's way too liberal because the church is the Mormon church is the true reflection of Christ. And once you see that, if you step back from that, then the whole house of cards falls down. It's all man-made, and what survived is Ford and Chevy and Porsche, and what didn't survive is Etzel. Or
But I want to
what?
keep it. I want to keep it on apologetics. So
Okay.
apologetics did not lead me back to the Catholic faith. In fact, apologetics pushed me further and further away from not only Catholicism but Christianity. Like in from 15 when I left the church officially to 33 when I officially came back. What kept pushing me away was apologetics. Like I didn't know
No,
that
I
word at
understand.
the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I understand that. But don't you see what brought you back to your faith? Was your life was saved?
Mhm.
Well,
I mean, I don't deny
obviously.
that.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
there's the answer. If your life had been saved in a Islam community, you'd be Islamic, or if your life had been saved in a Hindu community, you'd be Hindu. So that's great. Like if this saved your life, I'm glad that it exists for you, and I'm happy for you, and I wouldn't tell you to change. Continue to believe it, but don't lie to yourself. It's not true. It's just what saved you.
Well, I mean, again, I do actually believe it's actually
I know
true.
you do. Well, of course you do because it saved your life. But if I told you, if you and I are having this
Mhm.
conversation in 2 years from now, and
Mhm.
let's say I said, like right now I'm grossly overweight, and let's say I get diabetes in the next few months because I don't, then in the following, let's say I
Mhm.
join a cult, and then I come here and I say, the Raji Haji Shiki gave me this this lesson, and I started eating healthy and exercising, and wow, I got off of insulin, and now the doctor says I'm in great health. you know, Hari Krishna, or praise, the Moji Gashi Anawashi, love cult. Like
Mhm.
that's the message you're telling me. And yes, I believe you believe it. And yes, I believe it saved your life. But it doesn't make it true. It's just it's just what worked. I mean, you could be telling me right now that you got involved in playing recreational basketball and chess, and you would say the same thing. Michael, recreational basketball saved my life. Does that make
How?
well, because you would have been exercising every day, you would have been shooting free throws, you'd be playing chess, which is an act of discipline. The act of discipline would reinforce your diet. Playing basketball would give you self-worth and excitement for the game. And every day you're out there playing basketball, and they could say, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is my prophet. Like if I fell in love with basketball tomorrow and truly devoted my life to basketball, what would you expect to see me in a year? I would be 40 pounds lighter. My heart rate, my blood pressure would be great. I would be telling you how my diet, like I'm so disciplined, and I would say, I do the sacrament every morning at 5 a.m. I'm at the gym. I'm shooting free throws. Dude, in the last 3 months, my free throw percentage has gone up. I'm in an amateur league.
But
Basketball,
okay,
basketball saved my life.
but again, how is an apologist lying when he says, if you live by these, and I'm going to say biblical principles, okay?
Yeah.
And he says, if you look at what the Bible says, which again, this is something that drives Dan crazy. So he's like, if you look at the message of the Bible and you live these biblical principles, your life will get better. That message alone, to me, is not an apologist being dishonest. To me, an apologist being dishonest is when they say there is no evidence against Paul writing these whatever. There is. there is no inconsistency between the historical record, the evolutionary record, and what we see in the Bible. To me, that's dishonesty. But them saying, hey, as far as we know, this is how it really happened. And even if we don't have historical evidence to back it up, and by the way, this is not my view. I'm saying like an apologist
Yeah.
saying this to me is not lying. But as far as we know, this is what happened, even though we don't have historical evidence to back it up. We have these data points that seem to coincide with it, and they are consistent with the Bible. To me, they're still not lying. To me, they're outright lying when they start um, saying blatant lies. A blatant lie, like again, uh, Adam and Eve were genetically our original parents. Like, no, that's clearly a lie. We need to have more groups than that. If they say, okay, we found the ark, like someone likes to say every few years,
Mhm.
that's where the lying is. That's where the misrepresentation is. That's where people are going to lose their faith when they find out, hey, this isn't true. To me, that is the lie. When they start telling people that God requires you to hate a certain group or not hate a certain group. Well, unless you're talking specifically about the Canaanites, this is all analogy. Driscoll, I believe that's the guy's name. They were talking about this on Kip Davis's show earlier. He is making analogies between the Pharisees and the Republicans and the Sadducees and the Democrats. Yeah, that's pure analogy. That is not the message of the Bible. That to me is lying. But saying that, hey, there are parallels between the Sadducees and modern day politics, that's not lying, because I do that with Herodotus and Livy. When I read Herodotus and Livy, I see today's articles, today's
Mhm.
situation being reflected in ancient times. All that tells me is that the human mind hasn't evolved as much as we wish it had. You know what I mean?
Well, sure, we use the same stories and we have the same topos, the same conventions in when we write, the same tropes. So um, when apologist or the church has positions that are their conclusions based on these presuppositions or these inferences they have that are not, they're just not logical, they're not fair, they're not historical, and then but they present them as if they're truth. That's where the lie is, because you can come out and say, look, if if you don't have sex until you're married, you're not going to get an STD. Well, okay, that's true. So like if you can convince people don't have sex before marriage because you won't have a pregnancy when you're not ready, or you won't have you won't have a venereal disease, and you won't be distracted from getting straight A's in pre-med, right? If you tell somebody all that stuff and they follow it, then they're going to have a good result. Assuming a good result is, going to medical school and getting married later when you have a good job, and
Well,
et
I'm not
cetera, et cetera. So
I'm not
but
disagreeing with you, but can you give me strong, and because I'm the Christian here, so if I say it, it's not as powerful.
yeah.
Can you give me strong examples of where you think, not where you think, where the apologists are being dishonest, and examples of their dishonesty? Like lay it out. Like, I mean, that's what we're here to do. Where there needs to be a little bit of tension here in the conversation, and I really do feel that you're speaking to a different audience than you're going to normally speak to. You're going to get
Yeah.
some Christians, you're going to get some Muslims on here. Lay it out, like let them know and let me know, and I'll
Oh,
respond, of
well,
course.
yeah, okay. Well, so the lie comes in this in defending Christianity as a true historical set of things that actually happened, which undergird that the principles as they're seen by you know different churches and different denominations should be followed, right? So for instance, in order to be able to convince people don't have sex before you're married, you have to convince them that you have that from an authority that they should follow. And so that requires you to prove that your God, your book is the right one. I mean, this is what all the religions do. Ours is the right one. That's why you should follow this. Now, in some cases, they have the same rules, like honor your parents, or honor mom and dad. Don't murder, don't steal. Like these are these are kind of universal things. But then the reason it becomes so contentious and so and there's so many battles about it is because now it bleeds into all these gray areas which become political. So when you're asking me, what do apologists do? Well, their defense of the faith is based on lies. So one of the lies is, oh, we have so many copies of the Gospels, the New Testament. We have so many copies. We have more copies than Homer. Okay, that whole apologetic is completely based on lie after non sequitur after lie. The idea the apologists they or excuse me, the early disciples wouldn't have died for a lie. This is another lie. The historical record doesn't tell us how any of the apostles died. There's a tradition that James, Peter, and Paul were martyred. But even that is just a tradition. We don't actually have any historical evidence of this. Beyond those three, it's complete conjecture. Nobody knows. Nobody even knows who the real names of the disciples are. The authors, like apologists will say Matthew wrote Matthew. Well, that's ludicrous. It's just like the account of Matthew in Matthew of him meeting Jesus is cut and paste from Mark. It's obviously not really Matthew. And who is Matthew anyway? In the other book, he's called Levi. And Luke tells us right off the bat that he's lying to us in the opening statement. So when apologists defend the faith, they throw honesty aside. And we could talk about these things for hours. I mean, we just start with Mark. What's the first lie? Well, the first verse has an addition, the Son of God. Well, why isn't that in the earliest copies of Mark? Because somebody added it. And guess what? The Greek doesn't use the articles, so we don't even know if it says a God or the God. It could read Jesus was the son of a god. Like that was very common in the Roman times. Who was sons of God? Caesar Augustus was the son of a god. Romulus was the son of a god. So in the time in Greek literature, being a son of a god was a normal thing to say about a leader or a king. We're still in Mark chapter 1, the baptism. That thing, I mean, for one, the writer attributes part of the saying to something in the Septuagint falls at another part. Now you could say, well, that's just a minor mistake. But okay, fine, it's a minor mistake, but we're only in like verse 2 or 3. We've already got two major issues. And then God says, you are my son. So he's adopting Jesus. But Matthew and Luke didn't want Jesus to be adopted. So they changed what God said. Now, how is that not a lie? You're misquoting God. It's the God of the universe supposedly said in Mark to Jesus, you are my son. But Matthew and Luke changed that. Well, how could how is that not a lie? So the very foundation document, unless you just say, Michael, it's a story. Fine, I'll accept it's a story. Well, guess how the story ends in Mark 16? An empty tomb, no body, no resurrection. Jesus has been translated.
Let me hold you there because
Okay.
that's actually what I was going to respond to earlier. So I'm going to sound very Catholic and very C.S. Lewis for 1 second, and I don't mean to sound like C.S. Lewis. It's just it is where it is. Okay.
Yeah.
If Jesus rose from the dead, then Christianity is true. It doesn't matter about the particulars of how the authors developed the writing. And if Jesus, and this is again, there's a version of this conversation that we didn't have that I would have hit all these points that I would have liked to have done, which is there are ways to disprove Christianity, even for me. If you found the bones of Jesus, Christianity is done. Like it's out of the water.
No,
that
that's
doesn't
not
mean
true.
that I don't.
Wait. So now you've told your first lie tonight. That's a lie. If they found the bones of Jesus, you would have no way to know they're the bones of Jesus, and you wouldn't believe they were the bones of Jesus. So this is not true. It's impossible. That's like saying if I wake up tonight and there's a purple dragon on my bed, I'll believe God's true. So pray for a purple dragon.
Let me make it true for you then.
Okay, make it true.
They go into the Vatican archives and they go down to the church, and there's a signed paper by at least 3 different popes that have authenticated that these
Authenticated.
are authenticated that these are the bones of Jesus, and we've known it the whole time. Please keep these out of the eyes of the out of the people, so that way the congregation never knows. If I saw that, yeah, I would leave the Catholic Church, and I would probably become. No, that doesn't mean I'm going to stop believing in God. It would mean I'd like become Jewish, or I would become, maybe I'd go back to Taoism.
Okay.
But it would take me out of the Catholic Church.
We have better than this, man. Because
Okay.
if you found that, it would be easy to say, and this is what would be said if some bishop or some Catholic went rogue and brought these out. The Pope would say they're forgeries, they're not true. This is the devil, right? And 99, maybe you would leave, but 99.9% of Catholics would dismiss these papers as being false. But I can do you better than this. I can show you why you could know 100% the stories are fiction. And that is to simply ask yourself, what would you think if you were reading Mark before Matthew, Luke, and John were written, and you knew Greco-Roman literature, and you understood what the writer of Mark meant by the ending of Mark? Case over. It's an apotheosis. It's happened hundreds of times previously. The empty tomb means that Jesus has been divinely translated. He's a demigod. Now we know that the story of Jesus is sold as a demigod story. And how do we know this? We just have to read Plutarch. Plutarch tells of the virgin birth of Alexander the Great through Philip and Olympia. Guess what the story is? Philip and Olympia get engaged. She gets pregnant by a bolt from Jupiter, right? He's told by the elders, you need to watch your wife. Something's going on. She's been cheating on you. Joseph is going to leave Mary for the same reason. Philip gets a dream from Jupiter. Joseph gets a dream from Jehovah or Yahweh. Don't leave your wife. She's pregnant by the Holy Spirit in one story. In the other story, she's pregnant by a lightning bolt. And in the Philip story, he's told the seal that you had a dream, and he's given a dream that the wife's womb is sealed with a lion. Okay, and he's told your son will go on to become, a great. There's a prophecy, right? And the same thing happens to Joseph. So Matthew and Plutarch have the exact. There's like 7 or 8 points. They're exactly the same.
Okay, so I have an argument that I've used before on my channel, especially in debates when I used to do debates on Gar Mania's channel. Shout out to Gar, even though he's no longer doing YouTube. And I think this was done with against Leo Filius is who I was debating when I did this, or it could have been Danny. Both of them are big on TikTok now. And modern day debate, I guess. And yet I haven't been invited. Come on, guys.
What's wrong with them? Come on.
Other conversations. I know. But the point is that I have always argued that the Gospels are lives. And I had not heard a scholar say that until earlier last year on Bart Ehrman's channel. But I have always argued from the beginning of me arguing about religion that they are lives. I don't know if I've told you this before, but the way that I got into reading all of this stuff is that I tried to read the Bible twice, and it wasn't even the Bible. It was the book from the Seven Herring Club. I found it too unbelievable. I couldn't do it. And so my uncle said, start off with the earliest writing that you can find. And I think it was I think it was the Epic of Gilgamesh. This is like 90s. Okay. This is not like there's a lot of stuff now. And I went through all the historical and religious scripture writing I could read. The only thing I didn't hit was the Tibetan Book of the Dead, because I wasn't interested in that. And now as an adult, I kind of wish I had. But I did this project for over 15 years. I started at 15 and I stopped the project at 30. And I have a collection. I've shown it on screen before. I have a collection of all the books, everything from Loeb Classical Library and from Penguin Classics. I read it in order until I got to the Bible. And then I read the Bible from there. And after doing that project, not just because my reading skills had gotten better, but I found the Bible deeply more interesting and deeply more intriguing and more true, to use it in a philosophical sense, because I understood the references. I understood where it was, what it was countering, what it was agreeing with, what it was changing. And when I could see it very clearly because I read the book, that it was referencing. I read the culture that had the ideas that it was referencing. I was like, oh no, this is very true. I know this. And
Hmm.
to be very fair, even though I did it on my own, about 3 years later, when I was reading Jordan Peterson in his Maps of Meaning, he does it also in the Maps of Meaning. So even though I did it on my own, like, 3 years earlier, 5 years earlier, he himself saw the same parallels, and you can read about that in his book Maps of Meaning, not 12 Rules of Life, but in Maps of Reading, he makes the same connections that I did. So this is not something that just I have seen. Other people who study this stuff have seen it as well. To me, that means that the gospels are lives. That means that the epistles are exactly that. They're epistles. They are writings that are meant to convey something. They are speaking to an audience, and different audience had maybe different versions that they tweaked. None of that hurts my faith, and none of that bothers me about the Bible. What I think the problem is, and you can disagree with me here if you want to, I think the problem here is that you have Protestantism that starts taking it and starts arguing that no, the plain and simple meaning, the lowest version of meaning in the hierarchy of meaning, is the only meaning. I think that's the problem. Once you get into literalism, ultra literalism, I should say, not just literalism, because Catholics are also literalists, but ultra literalism, where there is no room for metaphor, no room for this list that I have behind me. Once you have none of these meanings available to you, that's when you have to start lying to defend what the Bible is saying. I'm expecting you to disagree with everything I just said, but I'm just putting it out there.
Well, it's not.
Floor is
It's
yours.
not that. No, it's not that I'm disagreeing with you. It's just I don't see how you can see all these examples and then think your example is the literal truth. Why wouldn't you worship Dionysus? Like
Because of
born
the
of a
flaws
wh-
in the worshiping of Dionysus.
what's the what why are they flaws?
Alcoholism, hedonism, the sacrifice to the Bacchae. I don't agree with any of that.
No, the sacrifice of the Bacchae is just a story. Like that that's not it's descriptive, it's not proscriptive. Come on. And and Catholics don't have anything against drinking wine. It's you're not supposed to drink it in
Overindulgence is the problem. Yeah, the
yeah, of course,
overindulgence.
overindulgence, but we could apply the same thing. Now, so in the time of Christ there was a Dionysian or a Bacchae cult, and there were also cults to Hercules. Now, I would argue
Mhm.
like I'm not arguing against what you're saying. You're seeing these patterns, these myths, these tropes, and which one survived? The one that married the state. Voila. If the state had adopted instead of Jesus Dionysus or Hercules, then the Holy Roman Catholic Church would be worshiping Dionysus.
I think that might be where we disagree. I think that if the state hadn't adopted these beliefs, the state would have failed. That's where I'm
Well, well,
taking it from.
the state did fall. The Romans were overrun by the pagans, but
The
the
Catholic
church,
Church is a representative of Rome, and we do have the Pontiff Maximus, which is the Pope.
yeah, okay,
So,
it
so Rome
it's
does survive
right.
through the
It,
Catholic
it
Church.
it survived, and I totally get that. And this is why I always tell evangelicals, if I was convinced by the story, I would be forced to become a Catholic. I'd have to go back to the beginning. That's the only thing that makes sense, because anytime you add more stuff on it, the Bayesian posterior goes down and down because you're adding more. You're adding more what ifs. You're adding
I,
more
I
stuff.
just want to give you a heads up that at 1:45 we're going to switch to the other topic, because otherwise my buddy won't be able to get onto the show. So at
Okay. Yeah. No.
1:45 we
Any.
are
Yeah.
switching topics.
Yeah. We could wrap this up pretty fast, because we could talk for hours and hours and hours and hours on this. Um, what what boggles my mind
Mhm.
is when you see that Matthew, for instance, used the same tropes and conventions that Plutarch used. And when you see that the Gospel of John uses the same themes as the Dionysian cults, like turning water to wine, when you see all those things, I don't get why you don't say to yourself, these are just other myths. They use the same literary conventions and tropes, and it didn't mean that it actually happened. And I can still believe in God, like you said, but I'm not going to accept all the garbage that was added on top of, quote, whatever God is. Why accept all the garbage? It's garbage. Paul was obviously you know, I see him as no different from Muhammad or Joseph Smith or any other leader. He took an existing religion, he massaged it how he wanted. He gained wealth, power, authority. Now, whether he had access to young boys or young women or whatever his kink was, he had it. I mean, he had a slave helping him who he sent back to his master and said, be good to this guy. He's been very helpful to me. You know, come on. What do you think that meant? So
So,
so
but
Paul took a religion and took the preaching of Jesus and the people that believe this, and he massaged it into a new religion. And then the gospels get added on. And what do the gospels mimic? They mimic Dionysian cults, and they mimic Homer, and they use all these common literary tropes. It doesn't it's absolute proof to me that it's not true historically. If it was true historically, you would expect there to be all kinds of outside attestations. Like a whole bunch of Jews would be writing, man, we better really listen to this Jesus guy. He came back from the dead. Like nobody back then believed it.
so in Catholicism, we have a thing called degrees of truth. And we also have a different philosophy than Protestants. And I believe, I'm not 100% on this. Orthodox also hold this one, which is both and. So it's both a symbol and a reality. Both it happened, and it also represents a callback to all these other literary tropes. What do you think of the idea again? And I'm going to present both ideas to you, and feel free to tackle them and slaughter them down as much as you can. That Catholics don't reject the idea that other religions have miracles. They, for a Catholic, we believe that all religions are looking at the same data points and coming to different conclusions, and that certain ones are getting closer and closer to the truth. Now, we are still in the Protestant mindset of there's only one truth. Like, we still
Mhm.
believe there's only one absolute correct one, but we believe, like, if Catholicism is here, Orthodoxy is here, and then Protestantism somewhere over here, and then you got, like, whatever, the atheist, secularist way on the other end, but they got some truth in there. Now, that's not something Protestants can do. I get that. I'm not pretending that there's Christians that are going to agree with me tomorrow on what I just said. But there are Catholics and Orthodox and Chalcedonians who will agree with me, and Coptics who will agree with me. So, degrees of truth and the fact that we don't disallow for miracles to be in other religions. So, that attack, while effective against a Protestant, does not hurt a Christian standpoint, because yeah, we totally believe a Buddhist can have a miracle happen to them tomorrow, and we don't have to think it's a demon. It's their best understanding of God, and God loves, as Christians like to say, all people, which is, let's be fair, that's not exactly what's being said, but that's the
Mhm.
answer. So God's going to answer his prayer, because that's to his best understanding, that's who God is. So God's going to help, because that's what God does. God, and the other aspect of that, and I want to get to this because we're running out of time, is that the beginning, the all the good stuff, the alpha is God, but so is the omega. Like, when people try to, in this conversation that we're having at this point, when they try to point out, well, all the tragedies that happen, God's also going to destroy everything. It's not as if God's just going to create everything and make everything kumbaya. No, he's also going to destroy everything. He is also the omega. Every life that ever ends only ends because God allows it to. Every suffering that happened only happens because God allows it to. Whether or not you want to call it cause or not cause, good God, evil God, that's not what I'm talking about. So I just so that way, for the sake of this conversation, I am acknowledging that he's Alpha and Omega. He's not just all good times and happy. It's also, judgment and death and destruction. All of that encompasses what God allows. So I still say miracles can happen in other religions. That doesn't make that religion true or false. And for Catholics, it's a both and. Both, it happened literally. Both Jesus really did walk on water. Both Jesus really did turn water into wine. But he's doing it. This is not.
Mhm.
We're now outside of biblical interpretation here. He's doing it because he understands that there's a reference in other religions that this will come across. So I turn water into wine here. a Roman, a Greek is going to understand Dionysus. They're going to get this metaphor. They're going to get this analogy. And now we have Christianity spreading because this analogy is going for. Again, that's not biblical. I'm now stretching the credibility, credibility
Credulity.
of the credulity of the
Yeah.
text, but just for the sake of the conversation.
Well, the interesting problem that comes up is if we take a reference class of 100 kids, and I have a video coming out specifically on a Mormon little girl coming out tomorrow morning, and so in a nutshell, I'll expand on that a little bit. We have a reference class of 100 people from the whole earth, and they're 5-6 years old, and these stories affect them, and they pray to God or Allah or Krishna or Vishnu or the flying spaghetti monster, whatever. And they all have either God answering them or not. Now, if you ask them, they would all say, God's answering me. So in their hearts and their minds, God is answering them and confirming to them that it's true. If they're going to Catholic Mass and they love mommy and daddy, then the Catholic Mass is like a true representation of God. If they're going to a temple, whether it's Jewish temple or Islamic or whatever, they're 5 and 6 years old. So by the time they get a little bit more reasoning ability, what happens? That same feeling affects their heart and mind, and they're further convinced they're in the right religion. And when they hit 18, 19, they might go through a little season of doubt. They might go through a little struggle. But we know from pew polls and from anecdotal stories and just from life that the mass majority, somewhere between 70 to 80%, it depends on the religion, they'll stay roughly in the religion they were that they were raised in. And if you ask them what's true, they'll say Islam or Krishna or whatever. Now, if what you are saying is true, these people would recognize Jesus turning to wine as something similar to a Bacchic celebration, and that will allow them to further accept the truth of it. What you're basically saying is God will use whatever means necessary to get somebody to believe in the story that they're seeped in. But then you have to admit that means that Muslim children are allowed to be seeped into Islam, and etc. Well, if that's the case, then the Christian argument that, oh yes, but mine is the true one, is nonsensical, because you are in the same boat as everybody else. Your experience and your mind and your heart and your soul have been seeped into believing this representation is true. So either
what apologists, again, because for those playing at home, we're not debating truth of Christianity. That was earlier. We're debating honesty and apologetics. What apologetic? And I'm not saying that there's no apologist that does this. I'm asking for examples here, like actual examples. What apologist is out there saying that is not the case? That there is not. Hey, you can get
all the Christian ones. All the Christian ones say. I mean, the standard is Braxton Hunter saying, "Oh, okay, but the Mormon mansion is made out of styrofoam, and my mansion is made out of oak and brick and brass, and the copper wiring in Christianity, in my evangelical Christianity, the copper wiring is really copper, but over in the Mormon house, their copper wiring isn't made of copper; it's string painted with copper paint." So they can't all be true. They can't. So that's the lie. The lie is.
Do you think part of the problem, though, here is the definition of faith and religion that we're using? So, for until 1500, and I'm basing this on a lot of introductory stuff that I've read. I'm not just basing this on my own opinion. So if I say it's slightly wrong, forgive me, Dan, Kip, whoever else, Bowen, if you ever watched the show. But the definition of faith and religion before Protestantism was usually understood as practice. It is only post-Protestantism, post the Reformation, that you have faith as a belief. as a
Mhm.
as a thing inside, for the Mormons, that warm feeling.
Yeah.
For Catholics and Chalcedonians and for anyone pre Judaism, it was practice. It didn't matter if you believed in the God. It mattered if you sacrificed for him.
Well, this is the teaching of Jesus. When asked, "What do I do, teacher?" He said, "You have the law.
Yeah.
There you go. Get case closed." Paul's the one that changed that, and the Catholic, like you can't say the Catholic Church wasn't based on the church that Paul built.
Well,
Come
yeah.
on, right?
But
So, so
but
the whole thing is
they
based
had
on a
both.
lie.
Again, they had both, and though, like they had both balances. You get to Protestantism, you get that revolution that happened, you get the Enlightenment insertion in there on what truth and reality and facts are. You have this change in the way of thinking philosophically here, not so much practically. You have this change in thinking, and you have this definition of what truth is, of what religion is, of what facts are. You have it change. And that change, that renegotiation with reality, I think is where a lot of future Protestantism comes from, and where a lot of the people who are leaving Protestantism now, they're leaving it because the definition has changed again. The the old format of Protestantism that has worked for 500 years stopped working. We know evolution is true. We know dinosaurs are real. We know vaccines save lives.
Mhm.
So the arguments of the non-progressive, non-woke Christians does not work because we have reality hitting you right in the face.
I,
So when you
I
have,
agree 100%. But do you really think that Catholicism didn't evolve and change? I don't think you. I don't think it's possible for you to even understand or have the material to understand what what boots on the ground Catholics believed in 400 CE or 350 or 300 or 200 or the early church. It's all conjecture.
well, I mean, I have enough. Again, a project that I'm doing this year that I'm about to fail because I didn't get through all 350. But for the last 4 years, I've been reading the Church Fathers, and then I wanted to condense it all into 1 year. That was a mistake. But I've been reading through the Church Fathers, so I can tell you the consensus has changed over time. I can tell you that what they believed during the early period and during the Arian period didn't match. But I can also say that, to use a Trent Horn apologetic method, the church subsists. So the version that I understand now, like in 2024, I can see that thread if I go back to origin. I can see that thread when I read the Bible. Does that mean it was the dominant thread? No. Obviously, there's been other interpretations. Does that mean that's going to be the dominant thread 40 years from now? No, it doesn't mean that either. But the dogma is there to keep the essentials. And there's only like 7 or 8 essentials outside of the creed. So you have the creed, you have the dogma, you have the dogmatic statements, and that's it for a Catholic. I
Yeah.
understand Protestantism doesn't work that way. I get it. And I get that means that Protestantism is less flexible, even though you would think by not having dogma, they'd be more flexible. But by having to have the Bible be correct on every fact, I think that it's not, instead of it being like 7 statements they got to agree with, they have to agree with, I don't know how many sentences are in the Bible. You know what I mean? Like they have to agree with way too much that facts are just pounding them.
No,
That
yeah,
again,
agree. This is
yeah,
one of the arguments I told Than. I go, you guys have to be right every single time. As
yeah.
soon as you're wrong once, it just the whole thing falls down. But my challenge to you would be to go back and see how much of Catholicism has changed for pragmatic reasons. And if you go back to the core and you ask yourself, what did Jesus actually teach? Well, he was a Jew. He said, you have the law. What do you need? You have it. You have the Torah, the Pentateuch. That's it. Be a good person. And what do you need for God to forgive you? Hey, God, I'm sorry. Forgive me. You're forgiven. That's it. You don't need a sacrifice. You don't need to kill a person. You don't need a human sacrifice. You don't need all these sacraments. You don't need the church. You don't need a mediator. You just say, God, forgive me. I'm sorry. And that's it. You're done. I mean,
Yeah.
I would challenge you to consider becoming a Jew. Because if you really believe in this Abrahamic God, throw off all the extra bullshit and be a Jew.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to leave it there.
Yep.
You're not. I
Yeah.
don't want you to leave yet. I don't want you to leave
No,
yet,
oh
but I'm
yeah,
gonna
no,
have
I
to leave
won't
it
go.
there.
Bring on
Um,
your other. Bring on the other
let's
topic.
do about 5 minutes, 10 minutes of you and I talking about the next topic, and then I'll let you go. I don't want to keep you on here too long.
Okay.
Let me let me get up for 1 second to text him to see if he's ready. Okay.
Sure, no problem.
I'm gonna mute my mic. I recommend you do the same. Okay.
Yeah. We're back.
All right. So for those watching at home, playing at home, my friend is going to be calling in because he's a. I'm not going to say what he is, but the point is that he's in a place that he cannot get in front of a computer. So if anyone knows how to have them call in to where they're on screen, please let me know, and I'll go ahead and give him that link, and that way he can be on screen with us. Joey, go ahead and start talking. Sorry, wrong name. Adrian, go ahead and start talking, so that way you can we can make sure we can hear you.
Hi, everybody. Oh, wait. Hi, everybody.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, I can, but it's a little bit low. Can he? Can
Low enough?
he? Can't you get him onto here? And I did.
Everybody gave me my money.
Adrian, don't use a fake voice. What were you going to say?
Well, I was saying I've streamed with a couple people that were on screen, but not with their camera on.
Okay. Joy, can you click? I'm going to put a link in the chat. Can you click it and don't turn on the camera? Just use your phone. That way we can get you on screen. Okay.
All right. Going to YouTube again.
I'm going to go. Yeah. I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. Just use your phone to get on, but follow the link.
Okay.
Anyone else who wants to hop in, you can, but I'm not going to let you into the room until after me and Joey finish the conversation, maybe toward the end if you guys want to. So while we're waiting for that, Michael, let me ask you. You are a man, as far as I'm aware.
Last I checked.
How has been your experience with being male in our current Western culture?
Boy, that's an interesting question. I've not had any real problems with it. Like, I've I've had I've had good and bad relationships, but I haven't had a problem forming relationships. When I came here to Mexico, of course it changed drastically because I just fresh off the bus, I was already the alpha male with being a gringo and um, having money in an apartment and all that made me king. So in that sense, I could be super masculine and super, I basically write my own ticket.
You know, one of the things that we're going to talk about is going to be machismo. And Adrian, just to let you know, they can see your face. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Um, so one of the
I
things we are
hope I
going to
don't
talk
break their
about
screens.
is machismo and masculinity, because
Mhm.
what we're going to be responding to is a condemnation of all masculine forms, especially Christian masculinity and what they perceive as Christian nationalism, which Adrian is not a part of. Adrian is an atheist, and as far as I know, he's also an anti-theist. So, and he's also a very good friend of mine. So, but growing up in a Hispanic culture, we grew up with those machismo ideas of what a man is and how a man is supposed to act. And they are very brutal. I know I was picked on very
Mhm.
brutally because of how feminine I was when I was growing up. And it made me have to become more masculine. And some people view that as a output of or a result of toxic masculinity. I don't. I think the fact that I got stronger, tougher, and am still able to be as feminine as I want to be, even though I look as masculine as I am, is a sign that there is a healthy femininity within masculinity that should not be rejected because people identify that we're somehow the patriarchy. I don't think any of us three are rich enough, powerful enough, or anything to repress women as a group. I think all three of us love women. I'm hoping, I haven't got into your personal stuff, Michael, but I'm pretty sure all three of us have either identified as feminists at one point or have supported feminist causes at another point. So I don't think any of us are examples of the patriarchy, but I know that a lot of people would identify us as simply being men on YouTube, having a platform. I sometimes only have videos that have 25 views, and yet somehow that that need to succeed, that pressure to perform is somehow part of this anti-feminine, masculine machismo that me and Adrian would have grown up with here in the Valley. What are your comments? Because Michael, you've seen this in Mexico. You've seen the machismo in Mexico. It exists there. It's very blatant.
Yeah.
What do you think about that versus the masculinity that you see in America versus the machismo that you see in um,
Well, it's
with
it's weird to me
Mexico?
because Mexicans love their mothers and it's very matriarchal. Like the society is run by women be kind of behind the scenes, but they step back from the role and and men can be very, machismo and dominant and do what they want. So there's a weird dance, I think. Um Now that being said, I'm I didn't grow up here, so I don't like my context is much different. And I'm not, I'm not a jerk. So like, my in my relationship, my girlfriend's actually more of the dominant, like she takes the more male role. She's kind of, a little bit, she can be a little bit aggressive and so she plays that role out. Now she's the youngest of four and the only girl. So she grew up in a terrible culture, terribly mistreated. And so I've given her the freedom to not have to fall into that role. She's allowed to be the boss. She's allowed to do what she wants.
This is going to be for both of you, and then I'll ask one question in general, and then if Michael, you want to jump off, feel free to. If you want to stay in, you're welcome to join in on the conversation. Um, do you think that the fact that and this comes from religion, that we use terminology, dated terminology, such as feminine and masculine to represent chaos and order, that we use things like acting like a man, or when you were a child, you thought as a child, when you were a man, you think as a man, that we use that kind of terminology, that is an expression of suppression and repression toward women? Or do you think that language, whether you want to call it gendered language or biased language, does not denigrate the woman, and it is an example of us saying, hey, we need to be the providers, the caretakers, because that's the role that we have? Or is just acknowledging the role an act of misogyny on our behalf? Adrian or Michael, either one, whoever wants to chime in.
Go ahead, Adrian.
That was a lot for one question. Um, I would ask you to repeat it, but man, that was a lot.
Short version: the fact
Mhm.
that we use that we use terminologies like masculine to represent order, femininity to represent chaos, Is that a sign of ancient misogyny expressing itself in modern day? Or can we use those categories and that terminology without it being denigrating to the female who might be listening to this show, for instance?
Well, I personally think that terms of masculinity or what we consider traditional masculinity is just a reflection of times. I think that as time has gone, the term has evolved. I mean, there's a picture of one of the former presidents in a dress and with little curly golden locks, looks like a little girl, but he was a very masculine man. It's just at his time, it was okay. Back in the day, you know, guys had long hair, and further back, guys had wigs in the court. It's
But do
just
you, so when a modern man is acting feminine, because this is an accusation that I got thrown at me a lot growing up. When a modern man is acting feminine, does that mean that he's no longer part of the patriarchy, or is just by being a man mean that he's automatically exerting his masculinity? Is the mere sin of being masculine the original sin of the masculine male, of the muscles and the abs and the
well,
wanting to drink more than someone else and all that kind of stuff?
that's more ego than I would think, because in my mind, being man comes with an ego. You have to showboat, have to be, you know, who has the better muscles, who can run the fastest time. It's all ego driven more than it is masculine driven. I think masculine projections of masculinity is to be confident, to be comfortable in your own skin. And I believe that everything else is just a byproduct of their ego and their pride.
Michael, would you like to voice your opinion on this?
Well, we have to remember our evolution affects how we are today, even when it's not appropriate. And how did human tribes evolve? Through warfare, through conquest, through harem strategies. When the more a mammalian species uses a harem strategy for breeding, the bigger the ratio between males and females. So elephant seals, bull elephants, bulls, most large mammals, the males are much bigger than the females. Well, why did that happen? It evolved because of the harem strategy. So a stronger male will have more females. His sons will be bigger than the other sons. Those sons will successfully breed. So all the things that Adrian was talking about, like ego and I can run faster than you, these were all survival strategies. Whoever could run faster was the one that got to breed. The one that didn't run faster, that's like if the three of us were in the woods right now and a bear showed up and I put on tennis shoes and you say, Michael, you can't outrun a grizzly bear. Why are you putting on your tennis shoes? I just need to outrun Adrian. He's just smoking a cigarette. He's going to be coughing in a minute, right? As long as I can outrun Adrian, the smoker, I don't need to outrun the grizzly bear. So that's why. Why do you think we play sports? They're an offshoot of war, and war is an offshoot of conquest, which is how we evolved. So if we can recognize those things, I don't think it's machismo to admit that it's more likely to be teenage boys that want to play football and wrestle and play. I used to play war when I was a kid. Why do I play in war? Right? I mean, it's not that I wanted to kill anybody. It's just what we did. We played in the woods. This is pre-internet, pre-cell phone, pre-TV even. Like we would leave the house in the morning on Saturday morning. Bye, Mom. And we'd be out all day in the woods playing with sticks and throwing rocks at each other. That's what we did.
But to talk about the feminine critique here, though, it is easy to exploit. So to give an example, a few days ago, I have a coworker who's much younger than me. He's like 20 something, and he wasn't really feeling the conversation. It was very easy to bait him into getting excited and having fun by simply saying, you know what? I think I could outlift you because I got big muscles and he's a younger guy. And so he was like, I mean, I could definitely do football better than you. And I'm like, well, what about pool? I think I could do pool better. And as soon as I started challenging his abilities, oh, he got engaged. He got fun. He started having fun with the conversation. He started joking around. So it's very easy to exploit. There are some feminist theories that think that either a woman has to now engage in that same strategy to gain status, which I think is incorrect. And then there's other feminist theory that says that no, just the mere fact that someone can be manipulated in that way shows the problem of the patriarchy, shows the weakness of men, that we can be baited into performance simply because we want to be the best. Again, for either one, and
Well,
Adrian, this
well,
Michael
while
go
he
first.
finishes his sip, I'll just throw this out
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
A woman to get pregnant and to have a mate, what does she have to do? She doesn't have to run fast.
Mhm.
She doesn't have to kill anybody. What does she have to do?
She has to accept
She
the
has to,
person who's coming in. Yeah.
she just has to be healthy. Well, she doesn't even have to accept him. I mean, I would
Oh, yeah.
imagine
No,
back in the
no,
day,
yeah.
most of these matings weren't the
Mm.
caveman wasn't taking the woman out on a date,
Let's
right? So
avoid
what
let's
if
avoid any R words just for monetization purposes. Okay.
yeah. So the female in this mating game doesn't have to compete. She doesn't. She just has to be healthy enough to bear a child. And if she's healthy enough to bear a child, she will pass on her genes. But the male doesn't get to pass on his genes unless he can run fast and throw a spear better and defend himself. I mean, this is human history for most of till very recently.
So, Adrian, do you think that evolution is somehow biased toward patriarchy and masculinity, or do you think that with technology and uh, let's say modern social ideas, that it is women who can overcome the so-called biases against them, whether they come from a male perspective that isn't real, or whether they actually come from nature itself that is holding her back? I think I
I'm
killed
trying to
him.
say
I'm
this
so
very
sorry.
cleanly. I'm not trying to say this very cleanly without being.
Remember, don't be an example of the patriarchy or misogyny. Hold it together, my friend.
No, it's
You were
I
arguing
think.
with me just 3 days ago about how you're pro-abortion and pro-women rights. That's why I brought you
Mhm.
on. Let's come on.
Yeah, yeah. I think that like I want to default back to my basic argument is that women have come very far in what they've asked for, and they've done it not through violence, not through, coercion. They've done it by just arguing their point. We could sit here all day and argue details, but
Mhm.
if you take women just back 100 years ago, it was a whole different world for them, and they haven't done that through excess femininity or being masculine. They've done that by just stating their wants and needs, making their
So
demands confidently.
I'm going to ask two questions, and then after this, after you answer both questions, Michael, if you want to jump out, this will be a good spot to jump out. But I'm
Okay.
going to ask it to both of you, two questions each. I'm going to ask first the first question, then the second one. The first one, and be as elaborate as you want to be. Have you experienced loneliness or what some feminists call male loneliness? Michael, I'll give you the floor first.
No, I have a plethora of friends, and it's just I don't know whether it's genetics or the way I was raised. So I'm outgoing and confident enough. So I've never lacked for the only time I probably experienced massive loneliness and depression that was really, really bad was when I deconstructed from the church because I lost all my friends. So there was a while there that I was lonely, but it didn't take me long to go online and meet people and I was instantly had friends. So, I mean, keep in mind, I moved to Guadalajara. I'd never been here before. I don't speak Spanish. I'd never even been here, much less knew anybody. And I have friends today from the first few months I was here. In fact, I was just at dinner with one of my good friends he had also moved down here. He's from California. And we were talking about this. I said, "Hey, do you still keep in contact with anybody you met in that first year of 2017?" He goes, "Yeah, there's a couple people." But I mean, him and I have been friends going all the way back. I met him I think I met him the first month I was here. We're still buddies. So I went out and made myself. I'm probably a little bit of an anomaly in that sense. So yeah, for me that's not. But I know that it's a problem, and I have friends that I've witnessed go through this isolation, feeling lonely, feeling depressed, not knowing how to make friends, not knowing how to get out there. And I have female friends too, like it's just, but this is part of just my natural personality, I think, that allows me.
Adrian, how about you? Have you experienced any male loneliness or any loneliness in general that you want to talk about, or you be willing to share here?
I think loneliness itself is an interesting word or interesting way to phrase it, because by definition, textbook wise, I should be sort of, the standard for loneliness. I am a truck driver. I'll admit that. I don't know if I can.
Yeah,
I
you
drive a
can.
truck. So I spend 7 to 14 days by myself. No actual anybody else here with me. My only like point of contact with people physically is when I walk into a truck stop and talk to other truck drivers, or when I'm delivering or getting loaded, getting my paperwork, asking people how their day is. Those are basically my interactions. But I don't feel alone because I prefer it. But what I noticed before I was a truck driver is that I had a ton of friends, like a plethora of friends, and at no point could I not pick up the phone, call someone, go down to the bar, have a great time. But even though I was at a bar having a great time, I found myself struggling with this feeling of being in a sea of people but drowning in an ocean of loneliness. Because like even though you're surrounded by people, like you still don't feel like you're understood. You still don't feel like if you were to truly express yourself, I have this insecurity that people would think that I'm psychotic. So, you put on a brave face, a little mask, and you pretend like you're normal to what that is. So I'm saying like loneliness to me is a hard term to define, because truly right now I should be feeling loneliness, but I really don't. I have everyone I talk to back home, you guys right now. Like I've never really felt lonely, but I am alone.
So there's twice in my life that I can think of, three times if you want to talk about my childhood, that I felt isolated and that I felt true loneliness. My childhood is simply I went through a lot of death, and I moved to a neighborhood where I changed cultures. I went from a very poor neighborhood to an upper middle class neighborhood that was mostly white, from a neighborhood that was mostly brown. And in that time, I didn't fit in right away. It took me a long time to adjust.
Mhm.
And the second time that I felt loneliness was actually just a few years later because of who accepted me. I was My screen froze. How are we doing on sound? You guys can hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're there.
Okay. So well, it's going to reboot. Hold on. Okay. I'm still good. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So when when I was 13 years old, I was in love with a neighbor, and we're going to talk when we get down to the list after Michael departs from us. We'll get into this more deeper. But when she rejected me, I felt alone, even though I had friends, even though there was another girl in my life who was pursuing me at the time. I felt rejected and alone, and I felt like no woman would ever love me, even though staring me right in the face was someone who was willing to take me in. And part of that has to do with the other people that were willing to take me in, and that feeling of rejection subsumed my reality, or maybe even overcame my reality, overrode it to where I did feel lonely. And I think that is what happens to men who are suffering with loneliness. It's not that they're simply unattractive or overweight, because I think all of us here are overweight. Oh, two of us here are at least a little bit older than other people, and yet still we can find someone to quote unquote love us, but it's not always the person that we want. And I think that leads into the loneliness epidemic. I lost the word, but whatever, the loneliness problem, I think that feeds into it. The second time I felt truly alone was after my cancer scare. Now, for those that don't know, it wasn't cancer. Don't think I'm saying that. I had a cancer scare. I had hyperbiliruria. I was bleeding from my intestines for over a year. Doctor said it might be cancer, could lead into cancer. When I told other people, I lost friends, and I lost even a fiance, and I dropped out of college. And in that process, in that suffering, I felt truly alone, and no one was stopping me from expressing my worst habits. I was taking out $5,000 a day and going to a bar and buying everyone rounds because I didn't want to be alone. And the only person to stop me, it wasn't my father, it wasn't, any of the girls that I was bringing into my life by spending this kind of money. It was a friend, a true friend, who he literally took me aside and he said, I don't want to partake in any of this. You're going to run out of money. What happens if you live? That's the only person. I was 25, 26. That's the only person in my life at that time who, when he said that, for a little bit, that loneliness was taken away. And what it took was the same girl who I told you that rejected me at 13. She called me when I was going through this. She had just gotten divorced. She didn't know my situation. She gave me a call and she's like, and it was like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It was a weird time to call. She's like, hey, I just got divorced. And I'm like, hey, I'm fucking up my life. And she goes, well, there goes my monetization. Hot dog it. Hey, I'm messing up my life. And she goes, well, just to let you know, I knew you were in love with me the entire time. And I was in love with you. No, I want to be fair. We never got together. We've never kissed. It was a childhood romance. But just her telling me that was enough for me to snap out of it and to check my bank account and to realize how much money I'd been spending. So acceptance and rejection, I think, are huge aspects to the loneliness problem. And then the third time actually has to do with my wife. Me and my wife separated earlier this year, and for a few months there, we were legitimately talking about divorce, and I was going to have to go back into the dating pool. And I asked myself the questions of who's going to want a 44-year-old, who's going to want a balding guy, who's going to want a guy who quit a huge figure job to now work a minimum wage job because he wants to take care of his father. Like I thought to myself, oh, I just threw myself out of the dating pool. Fortunately for me, not more than a few weeks later, options arose that I rejected. And then my wife called me back and said, hey, just come to China and we'll work it out. So I was very lucky, but I could have fallen into that trap right there and then. So for me, I think that's an aspect of the loneliness problem. Now I'm going to ask a second question. And then after you answer this question and after all three of us go, Michael, if you have to go, I'm comfortable with that. Have you felt masculine rage? Michael, do you want to go first, or Adrian, do you want to go first?
Go ahead, Adrian. He's feeling it right now.
No, I just the concept alone, masculine rage, was a very interesting way to word that. Like,
this is
I'm
Taylor Lorenz's wording, by the way. I'm basing this off of what Taylor Lorenz said against men earlier.
masculine rage. Like, I'm just trying to picture what would be like. I'm picturing the Incredible Hulk right now, just like Hulk smash, masculine rage. I would call it impotent rage, but okay. Because I would think that that's the only time you're really gonna rage out is when you realize you're a man and you can't perform. But so no, I would say if I have to think about it this deeply, no, I've never felt masculine rage.
Okay. Michael?
Do you have a better definition for me? Because I don't think so either.
Right?
So I would describe masculine rage in maybe 3 different ways. The first way is the obvious one, which is an overriding of testosterone that doesn't let you think or reason the way that you'd want to. And you get into a fight or you're violent simply because your testosterone doesn't let you control yourself. That would be definition 1. Definition 2 would be where your status as a man is so low that you feel the only way to climb the ladder is through either violence or toxic masculine behavior. And then the third example that I would use is that where you are upset or angry at the fact that you have to play out a masculine role, even though you're in a position where you'd rather play a feminine or neutral role. Those would be my definitions of
Yeah,
masculine
no,
rage.
I've never had any of those. I'm always, I mean, I would say I'm a borderline pacifist in most situations. I've never been in a fight ever in my life. I just I don't tolerate violence. So, as far as getting in a rage, like feeling out of control and that kind of stuff, this masculine, like, no, because I've always had a well-rounded group of friends, the times, like the times there was times in high school maybe where I was lonely and depressed, and loved interest didn't work out, but that never expressed itself in rage. And as an adult, the only times I've been like raging mad, it's back when I was a Christian and mad at God and life, that kind of stuff. But it never manifested towards people. I never, I'm hardly even a shouter or a yeller, so, yeah, no. So, I mean, I'm probably an anomaly in this. Maybe I should give a class on like how to be cool and mellow and not let life get you upset, and to
All right.
accept things. Like sometimes I surprise people by how calm that I am about stuff. Like, I don't know if you followed my streams on my latest, I'm having a kid. I don't know if you know about this story.
Mm.
Oh yeah. So
No.
I'm going to be a father. I'm going to have a,
Oh,
Congratulations.
yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. I'm going to be the father of a Mexican, a Tapatio, born and raised in Guadalajara. But, my I had a vasectomy many years ago. So the sperm donor, so to speak, it was a lover of my girlfriend. So I was out with one of my friends, the friend I had just mentioned the other night, and we were talking about this, and he didn't realize that. He's like, "Oh, I thought you were just one of those 1 in a million when the vasectomy failed." I'm like, "Dude, I had my vasectomy like 22 years ago or 23 years ago. Are you nuts?" And he's like, "Wow, I don't know anybody that wouldn't be mad about that." And I'm like, "What would I be mad about? Like, we're having a baby. I'm ecstatically happy. Like, why would I be mad?" So I'm probably not the right person to ask that question, because I live in a complete different universe. I was not only not mad, I was happy about it. Like, holy crap, we're having a baby. Woo. I called up my kids and they're like, "Yeah, you're a great dad." I mean, to me, how I judge my life is what do my kids say about me? And there you go. So when my kids love me, and that was good. And in those situations where it's like you could erupt into rage and anger, I've watched it happen where it leads to nothing good. But what's the point, right? Now, I realize if you can't control yourself because of your emotions, that I'm not blaming people when they kind of lose control, but if you can get that in check and then try to see everything as, hey, this is a challenge. And also, I'm older now. I just turned 59, so like I see life completely different from being in your 30s. But what I can tell you as being an old man is nothing changes in the world. It just goes in cycles. You have good days, you have bad days. Clients quit or you get fired or something goes bad at work. You get a flat tire. You don't have money for bills, and then you do. And then you have money and you have friends and you have a good time. And then I don't know. The idea of being raging and mad and masculine, to me, it's counterproductive. And so maybe in that sense, I've taken on what maybe people would consider feminine qualities of being. I mean, I'm excited about helping to nurse the baby and change diapers. I guess that's pretty feminine. I mean, I think about that. I'm like, holy crap, I'm gonna have a little baby around the house. I'm so fucking excuse me. I'm so excited. I gotta learn not to say that too, because I don't want the kid to grow up swearing. And I also gotta learn some Spanish. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm excited about this stuff. And so my friend, so this is a really good friend of mine. So he was able to talk about how in his relationship he wouldn't be able to handle this kind of thing, and how he's scared of commitment, and how yada 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 yada, all that other stuff. So I don't know, my looking at the world is those when we get out of control and anger and rage and project or take our loneliness and our depression, and then we project it onto anger and hostility towards others, ourselves, or towards God, whether he exists or not, it doesn't matter. It's still expressing in this. It leads to nothing good. And I've learned this through both my own experience and watching others. It doesn't help. It doesn't improve your situation. It just makes it worse. So yeah, but I do see how society has isolated has isolated men. And they're going back to, I think what your topic is on the feminine. Like, I have friends, some of my best friends that I can have the best realist conversation are gay men who I can be affectionate with, I can hug, I can kiss on the cheek, and I can tell them I love them, and we can talk about relationships or sex or life. And there is no machismo there. There's no,
Hmm.
mine's bigger than yours or I'm tougher than you. None of that stuff. It's just, and I think if we can embrace that as men and as a society, boy, it would be just so much nicer. Like,
Hmm.
it,
Adrian,
Yes.
have you experienced masculine rage?
Well,
My answer is going to be yes. You've known me for a long time. My answer is going to be
yeah.
yes. So you can answer either way. Don't feel pressured.
No, I would think that I was having a conversation with a friend of mine a long time ago at a job we had because one of our coworkers had gotten arrested because he walked in on his wife with another man,
Mhm.
and masculinity being his in our conversation, he was talking about how he'd handle that situation, and it got me to see how everyone is unique in their way, or I'm just weird because I thought about it when I was living with my partner at the time. When I was living with her, how my reaction would have been so much different. I'd go in there, I'd shake the guy's hand and say, "Hey, she's your problem now. Pack my things up and go." Because I'd been wanting for an excuse to get out of that relationship for so long. I just didn't have the capacity or the masculinity to just be like, I'm out. So I was living day by day, just like hoping that she would do some like crime or, act of just unforgiveness so I could just leave. So in my case, instead of being rageful or having masculine rage over my woman being with someone else, my woman, I would be like, thank the Lord. I don't even believe in one, but I'm lighting one a candle for this one. You know, so that I can say no. Masculine rage, I haven't experienced it.
So for me, when I was a teenager, I was brutally picked on, especially between 11 and 12. Like brutally, like rocks thrown at me, spit on, the whole thing. Called the F slur more than you can imagine. And my girlfriends would get threatened by the football players, and my male friends wouldn't hang out with me in public. They'd hang out with me in my neighborhood or other stuff, but they didn't want to be associated with an F slur. And one summer, after I got kicked out of school for fighting, I won the fight, by the way. But after getting kicked out of school for fighting, I went to I didn't go to, my dad had me go to my uncle who was ex-military intelligence, and he went to Korea and he had learned Taekwondo. And I had already done karate and Taekwondo at like Boys and Girls Club and stuff, but he took time to actually train me. He's the one who told me to read all the religious books from the beginning. Like, you can't get to the Bible, fine, go to the beginning. So that's that guy. And I came back with muscles. And I remember, this is an example of the first time I ever felt masculine rage. There was a star running back and a star quarterback that were teasing me and making fun of me. And they were bigger than me, taller than me, better looking than me. And they're like, "There's nothing you can do. Like, you're on the football team, but you don't belong here." And I said, "Okay, try to punch me." And they were like, "Yeah, of course." And I did a stupid karate move. I did a flip. Whoops! I did a flip, and I won. I did it in front of everyone, and it was the first time I ever saw my muscles, my strength, be an advantage. But I didn't do it out of. I wasn't being clever. I wasn't being smart. I did it out of rage. I did it out of anger. I was tired of being picked on, and I wanted to show them that I was stronger than them. This would lead to many, many more fights, which was not very wise, and would eventually get me kicked out of school for like 6 months. Again, not very wise, but um, it is what it was, which is I experienced what it's like to be on the bottom rung and not want to be there anymore. And when I was older, I was in a bar fight, and here I'd begun to learn. This is after years and years of martial arts. I'd begun to learn to control myself, but it was again, I used to love fighting guys who were bigger than me. And this guy had started a fight at the bar that I was working at, and he was punching everyone, guys and girls. It didn't matter to him. And I picked him up I didn't yet pick him off the ground. I pushed him to the wall, and I told him to stop or I'm going to kick you out. And he's like, well, what are you going to do? And he punched me as hard as he could. And by then I'd been fighting for a long time, so I knew how to take a punch. So I went with the punch, and then I picked him up off the ground, and he goes, wait. I'll leave. And I let him go. But the rage came afterwards, and I had to tell my coworker, I still want to fight. I'm still really pissed off. I need to go to the back and cool down, because I couldn't cool down. I couldn't turn off the engine, the adrenaline, the testosterone. I couldn't turn it off, and I had to go breathe. Like I had to just go find a place to get the energy out. That's my second time experiencing masculine rage, if you will. And since then, when I get into a situation like that, I know to breathe. I was in a situation recently where someone was trying to confront me into reacting, and I was able not to react. But it took a long time for me to learn how to control my testosterone and now also I'm older, I'm 44. So I probably don't have as much testosterone raging in my system as I did. But there were times when I would take a fight too far, when I would hurt a friend. There's a video on this channel of my very last fight that I ever filmed. And I had other fights, but I erased them all. And in that fight, I had already won the fight, and I bent the guy's arm back. I'd already won. Like the fight, I mean, it wasn't over. He hadn't tapped out yet. He hadn't knocked out, but on points alone, I had won. And I still went for the arm bar. I still went for the break. Luckily, his arm wasn't broken, but it was enough that he tapped, like once he felt the pressure. Me at 44, I would not have done that. But at whatever age I was, 20, 25, 26, my ego and my masculinity and my insecurities meant that I had to win. Like I had to win without it being contested. It had to be like a clear victory. As an adult now, not that I wasn't an adult then, but as an adult now, I don't care. Like I remember one time one guy challenged me, and I was like, okay, sure. And he flipped me, and I was like, we're done. And he's like, what? You can keep going. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in having a real fight. We were having fun. It's about to get serious. I don't want to do it. So it took a lot for me to learn that skill of de-escalation. But when I was younger, maybe because of being picked on, maybe because of the amount of testosterone, because I went from being very frail, and Adrian's seen the photos. I look like I look like a twig, to being, muscles. Like at one point I had almost 20-inch arms, 20-inch size biceps. So like I had a lot of testosterone in my system. This is all natural, but I didn't know how to control it. So like I've experienced both loneliness and I've experienced rage. So that's why I want to have this conversation today. All right, I'm going to stop it there. Michael, is there anything that you want to speak on, either about masculinity or femininity? Anything you want to speak on religion, on our topics today, which was, is there honesty in apologetics? Is truth a necessity of Christianity? Or anything else you would like to promote before you go?
Well, if anyone wants to hear more, I have this video coming out on the idea of God speaking to children, and then how do you it was kind of what we talked about earlier. How do you resolve God's presence in all these different religions in the person's mind? And to me, that it either leads to a trickster or they're all false. So that would be the end of that. And we could probably have this discussion in more depth, and I hope that we will. Maybe we can privately exchange some messages, and we can talk about some of the stuff where I think I can do better than giving you the bones of Jesus to show you that it's not historical. I do want to say one thing, because as you were talking, I was flashing on my strategy. So when I was 25, I was in the military, and my strategy was I was the best friend of the biggest, strongest, meanest, like not mean in a mean way, but could take anybody out. And he was also smart, charming, and handsome, and I became his best friend. So I was untouchable. And I've just realized that they even here, I had a problem with an employee once that threatened me, and I was on the phone instantly with another friend. I'm like, I need you in the office now to send a message. And he showed up, and he told the guy, under no certain terms may you threaten Michael. And this guy is, he's a jujitsu tall buff, and he's a very, very good friend of mine. So I've realized my strategy has never been to be masculine, or I just don't fight. But if I need protection, I have a strong male. So that, I guess that's the, if we want to call that a feminine strategy, that's my strategy. I make best buddies with the big, strong guys, and I defer to them. It's like, if you're going to, you can't fight me, I won't fight. But if there's a problem, you're gonna have to fight this guy over here because he loves me. We're brothers, right? So
I'm probably going to split this up into two. Like, this stream will stay up on my live stream, but on my videos, I'm probably going to split this up into 2 videos. So for the second video, Michael, is there anything you would like to say to the men who are watching this, who do suffer from loneliness, who do suffer from rage, who might identify as either a incel or Christian nationalist or ultra right wing, and they think that these identities are going to somehow protect them? Is there anything you'd like to say before you leave?
yeah, don't do it. You're only lying to yourself. So well, I mean, even Jesus kind of said this: the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. If you want a lot of friends, be a friend. That seems like a trite, silly saying, but it's true. So when I came here this is a very simple strategy. I showed up in Mexico. I don't know any friends. I've never been here before. I started a meetup group. I started a trivia night. I hosted a trivia, and I hosted a karaoke night. I made tons of friends. If you want to be a friend, be a friend. Go be friends. Don't take anything personally. Don't be a jerk. Be nice to people. You'll find your tribe of people that like to do what you like to do, whether it's working out or motorcycle. There's I don't like to ride motorcycles. I think it's too dangerous, but there's motorcycle clubs here. When they drive through an intersection, they don't stop for the red light. Like, if you're at a green light, you have to wait maybe 5 minutes till the whole caravan goes through. If I was into motorcycles, I would join that group, and I'd have 1,000 friends in like a day. If you want to be a friend and don't want to be lonely, go make friends, because there's other people. And get out of the Christian nationalism. You don't need a friend that's because you have this tribe of imaginary rules. Be a friend because you like to go bass fishing, or you like motorcycles or horseback riding or playing soccer. So I've had people that come up to me. So this meetup group I started, I've had people come up to me recently, as a few months ago, and saying, thank you, because of this group. I've been with my girlfriend for like 2 years now, because I met her in this group. And I've had other people say, yeah, I came to your group and I met another group of guys that play soccer, and I play soccer every week with these guys that I met because of your group. So be that guy. Be the guy that makes friends. If you help other people become friends, you will make friends. And then eventually, I mean, I can't do enough. I don't have enough time to do all the stuff I could do if I wanted to do, but that's how you do it, is be a friend. And the rage and the frustration can go away if you put yourself out there with kindness and empathy, and you be friends to people, but do stuff that's positive. And it was so easy today with the internet. So like the only excuse is you just don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. But the means and the mechanism to do it is so easy. Like, even just starting a YouTube channel and meeting people online, like this now meets a lot of my socialization, because I'm kind of I'm not in my party state. I don't go out that much like I used to go out and do and see people live. So now I talk to people more online, but I have plenty of outlets in my real life and plenty of friends, and that's the way to do it. Be a friend. Yeah, that would be my advice.
All right, Michael, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate your time. I know this is much longer than we agreed upon.
Yeah, no worries. It's been a lot of fun. Nice to meet you, Adrian, as well. And
Nice to meet you too, man.
And he signed off. I'll have to throw the kid back on.
Get back on there, Adrian. He's like, nice to meet you, Michael. I'm out of here. No, I'm the one, Adrian. I'm the one that's supposed to leave.
Okay, he's back. He's
Well,
back. There you
somebody
go.
just put, I just talked to my dog, and I do that too. We have 6 dogs, so I'm there barking. I'm gonna go snuggle with the doggies. All right. Thanks so much for inviting me. Had a good night. I'll see you all
welcome.
later. Bye, everybody.
And remember, you can use whatever you need to use of this. Feel free.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. There we go.
My phone was
All right,
falling and I accidentally swiped back. So
that's all right. I'm going to grab some water real quick and then we can begin. If you have anything you want to say while I'm off, feel free. Remember, we're talking about male loneliness, male rage, whether or not, we're talking about incel, people who are incels suffer from loneliness, suffer from rejection, and who think that women will never like them. Feel free to talk about that. I'm going to be gone for about maybe 1 minute, maybe 2. I'm going to go fill up my big jug. Okay.
okay.
You have the floor.
Uh-oh. Let's get them demonetized. I don't know. Sorry, I was reading comments. Yeah, but I think that at the end of the day, the TLDR of what was being said earlier before I booted myself. Um, don't be a dick. Oh, don't be a jerk. You know, be nice to people, be kind, do unto others as you haven't done unto you. A lot of these, what I think a lot of incels, will probably cover it later, probably come up later. A lot of these incels are just angry all the time. Like, relax, take it easy, like, calm down. And it's cheesy and old, but it's true. You attract more people with honey than you do vinegar. So, yeah. Do I ever turn my mind off? Oh, but yeah, I've had conversations with incels who just seem to be overly angry, like pent up too much, and it's just like, calm down, dude. Just take it easy. This is much longer than a minute. At least I feel like I'm on the spot. How long does it take to get water? Sing us a song. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Or what was that? Wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. I'm gonna sing enough songs and he's gonna get demonetized or you get that. What was that? Will they get you in trouble for using copyright content? Uh, they just don't want to have kids because they don't want to feel secure. ACL ladies don't want to have kids because they don't want to feel secure. That was an interesting statement. I want to know more about that. Like, kids are security. I think kids are a lot of insecurity because a lot of new bills, a lot of worries, and first couple of months, kids run into a lot of problems, potential problems. I mean, when I was going through medical school, well, for medical assistant, one of the big things that I got to worry about ever having kids was a whooping cough disease, because apparently, if you cough around a kid, you can give them whooping cough. So I think
Okay.
a kid would be my biggest source of insecurity.
All right. I'm back. Everybody come back into the show. Don't leave.
Yeah, I know, because this guy's boring. We need Alpha
Well,
here to liven it up.
if you don't mind, short version, what were you talking about? Just so we can close out on that and then we'll get
Oh,
into
there was
our
a
talking
comment
points.
here about kids insecurity, and I was like, I think kids would be my biggest insecurity. And I sang Old MacDonald for like a little bit.
Well, don't sing anything copyrighted, please. All right. So here we go. We are now going to cover male loneliness and rage. This is going to be what's going to close out the show. Basically, what I'm going to do is just to give you the rundown, Adrian. We're going to start off by talking about masculinity in the 80s, then the 90s, then the 2000s, the 2010s, and then the 2020s. I'm going to use highlights from my life. I'm breaking it down into brackets from 3 to 8, from 9 to 12, from 13 to 15, from 16 to 19, from 20 to 25, from 26 to 39, from 30 to 33, from 34 to 39, from 40 to 43, and then from 44 to present. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk about how age and how the culture around me has affected me. And I am going to be doing both outreach and correction to those who are interested in being an incel and identifying that way, to those who are interested in Christian nationalism, which I don't think should be connected to this, but people are. And I'm going to be speaking to people who are in the manosphere. And again, this is going to be a separate section broken off from the longer video that we're putting up as a stream. Okay. So I'm going to talk. Feel free to jump in whenever you want. And then at the end of each section, both the major topic and the minor topic, at the end of each one, I'm going to give you a chance to speak as well. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna have a little problem talking about the '80s because I was not alive for most of the '80s. I was being produced late '80s, so
I mean, that's not what I hear, but okay, fine. um, so first off, I want to talk about what masculinity means for the culture at large. So for me, masculinity has to do with what they say call being a man, which means taking responsibility and being responsible for others. So taking responsibility for yourself and being responsible for others. It means being as successful as you can be in those things, but it also means accepting your losses and not holding a grudge. Being a man also means accepting not only when you lose, but not being a poor loser. So, one of the strongest things that gets emphasized to a man as a man from other men is that you need to be gracious in your victories and you also need to be humble in your defeats. I know a lot of men who don't get this right, especially in their teenage years, but most men, even those men, when they get older, become better at that skill. Not all men do. And there are many successful men who don't learn that skill. But that's not the point. The point is that when masculinity is defined the way that I understand it, that's what masculinity means. It means no offensive terms, being athletic, being having muscles, having a penis, having a slightly bigger than average seems to be the what everyone seems to concentrate on, and it doesn't really have to do with getting girls. It usually has to do with getting a girl but not girls. In fact, most guys who are playboys, most guys who are gigolos, most guys who cheat on their girlfriends, other guys in the community actually put down. I know that a lot of people have the high school mindset that they think that what's in movies and TV shows is how guys talk about guys to each other. That is not true. The guy who's sleeping around, other guys tell him, dude. Now, that doesn't mean we're not jealous of him. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we will tell the other guy, you should probably get a girlfriend. So that's what I understand masculinity to be. Adrian, what is your definition of masculinity? It doesn't have to be as detailed as that.
I think masculinity to me doesn't come down to how big your muscles are, how big your junk is. To me, masculinity is what you leave behind. Once you reach a certain age and a certain confidence, and you find someone, whether they're a 10 or a 1, doesn't matter. But you reproduce something leaving behind in this world. It's what you leave with that person. Like you said, kindness, respect. You know, all those things make you a man. I think before then, honestly, you're a person. To achieve manhood, to me, is to hopefully leave the world a little better than you found it, even if it's just in your own household. Did I
So
say over?
I'm going to start off with hot dog. I can't spell gentleman. Here we go. Okay.
GEN.
Okay. So masculinity in the 80s is what I grew up with. That was my example of men. And my example of a man in my personal life was my dad and a few of my extended family who were musicians. So I didn't grow up around athletes, I grew up around musicians. But they were still hyper masculine. They watched football, they drank beer, they chased women, but they weren't they weren't the people, tearing down cars. They weren't the people getting into fights. They definitely weren't the people who were building things. They were musicians. They were playing music, going on gigs, teaching other people how to play, that kind of stuff. My entertainment, the examples of entertainment of masculinity were Zach Morris. Zach Morris was probably the most masculine gentleman I
Eddie's
knew
brick
as a boy growing
telephone.
up. Uh, uh, Rambo was a great example of masculinity. Rocky was a great example of masculinity, and not the Rocky of the later movies, but the human Rocky. Um, Terminator was a great example of masculinity, not surprisingly the human, but the actual Terminator. And Commando being a good father, being willing to sacrifice, being willing to save the kid or save someone. And my fantasies in being a kid were me saving the school or saving the person. So that is an example of what I understood about masculinity in the 80s. Before I talk about my specifics, how about you, Adrian? What do you think it meant to be a man in the 80s before you were around?
Yeah, this is just my assumption because, like I said, I'm born late 80s. The idea in the 80s was based on TV shows. Rambo, Terminator would be a great example. The alpha male, the all American hero, the military man, or just the better man.
Hmm. Okay, so in my personal life, this is when I was living in actually the poorer of the two neighborhoods that I lived in as a child. Um, and what we did for fun was climbing trees, riding bikes, jumping fences, jumping roofs, and stealing. Stealing was actually a thing that was seen as masculine and clever to get away with it. So that is how my friends, and I had two male best friends. I had a gentleman named Robert Sims and another guy named Roland. And Roland is the one who taught me how to ride a bicycle, how to skateboard, how to do all those kind of dude things. And Robert is the person who showed me how to jump roofs, jump fences, hide things that I steal. They were both about maybe a year or two older than me, and they were my friends. That is who I identified with. It was a group of about maybe 10 kids, maybe 12 kids, and out of that, seven of them were boys. And then in school, I was friends with like one or two other boys, and then I was friends with like there were two female friends that I had. Um, and this is again, I'm talking about like elementary school. So my friend group was pretty integrated between male and female for that time period and based on who was around. But my projections, who I understood to be manly, were men. So like my uncles were all manly. My entertainment was all manly, whether it's GI Joe or Transformers. Although I was more of a Transformers guy. Don't worry about it being the 80s. Let's talk about your childhood between 3 and 8. Who was your examples of being a man, and how were they an example? What did they give you? What did they tell you?
Before I go there, I gotta say, Dustin Diamond was a man. He went out like a man. Just gotta say it satirically, obviously. Um, Between 3 and 8 is a very rough time for me because growing up, I didn't have examples of m- men. Um, my parents were dedicated to work and they preferred to put money on the table or put money in the bank account to put food on the table. So for me, like I was left to my own devices in the house. A lot of the times I clean the house out of boredom. I pick up a mop because it's what I saw my mom do. Who I had
Mhm.
most interaction with her. So I'd pick up a mop and I'd mop the house. And I had no idea what manliness was or that what I was doing was a feminine trait. No clue. I was just 8. I didn't know any better. And that actually spurred a little bit of my father worrying that I was going to be too feminine. It became a later battle later on, but at
So
8,
the
like I didn't.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was to say at 8 years old, I can't tell you a solid man figure outside of my idea of a man was he goes out and he works and he brings money back. That's
So
what a man does.
my examples at that same time period of what a man shouldn't be were Dustin Diamond, was Screech. He was an example of how not to be a man. Starscream was an example of how not to be a man. And surprisingly enough, Cobra Commander was an example of how not to be a man. And even negative examples such as I think it's De Niro in Scarface. These were all examples of how not to be a man. This was the wrong way to go. I think even the movie with the guy from the guy from Greece. And he plays a movie where
John
he's like a
Travolta.
dancer. Something cowboy. That movie was again an example of how not to be a man. And those were the qualities that other men and other boys my age would say are not good qualities. So the scheming, the Machiavellian thinking, the retreating, that those examples were examples how not to be a man. So those were the negative examples of masculinity at that time. How about you? Were there any prominent negative examples of what not to do, where you understood as a boy that's not what I'm supposed to be?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that mopping is not feminine. Um, sorry, Astrid, don't mean to call you out there. I just read the comment. My point more was that my idea of what I was doing would have been considered housewife task for that age and time period. And that's why I said I didn't know that it was feminine. I didn't mean to make it sound like it is. No, mopping is hygienic and just should be done by everyone at any time. If you live by yourself, you shouldn't not mop because you're worried that it's feminine. No, that so sorry. Just want to clarify that. Um, Now to the question of what a good example of what a man isn't. Well, would go back to, like I said, my only man influence would be my father. So a non-man would be, the pencil pusher, the guy who, wasn't drinking out with the guys, barbecuing on Fridays, earning money, making, anyone who would stay at home and take care of the kid and, take care of the house would have been the example of a non-man,
Now,
and now.
real short. Let's not go too far ahead. Let's stay in the era. Uh, what is an example for you of femininity? We don't need a negative example, just an example of femininity. For me, uh, my
Mhm.
mother died, so my examples were more movies and TV. So for me, it was Joan Jett, Pat Benatar, Madonna. That was my example of femininity, which I realize now as an adult is probably not the best examples of what a feminine person acts like, but those were my examples.
That was kind of funny. Um, Feminine example would have been, like I said, the quote unquote housewife, the one
Your
that,
mom.
yeah, and that's the person I most closely identified with. So looking back on it now, it's like kind of funny, but not funny. But yeah, a non-man would have been an unemployed man collecting government
Oh, no,
assistance
no, no.
because we had just
An
come out of
example of
break.
femininity. Just a short example of what's feminine.
What's feminine is playing with Barbies,
Okay.
which
All right.
was a great thing.
Let's move. Let's move on to the '90s. So in the '90s,
I had fun playing
for
with Barbies.
me,
I did that.
for, for me in entertainment, the examples of masculinity were rap. Sadly, it was Vanilla Ice and
Oh,
MC
that is a
Hammer.
good one.
Gangster rap, which was the more serious stuff, like uh, I was gonna say Ice Cube, but really it was Dr. Dre. It was Snoop
We
Dogg.
just go the whole
Uh,
NWA.
Yeah, well, not all of them because that wasn't really like in my zeitgeist. In my zeitgeist, it was mostly the Chronic and that kind of stuff, and then grunge like you know I was gonna say Nickelback, grunge like Nirvana. I'm sure I just made a lot of people angry. Goth, and then eventually metal music. So that was my example of what masculinity was. So it was more flamboyant. It was more bravado than actuality. and I fell for it. I actually believe that is what a man was. How about you? In your this is the '90s. I don't know if you're around the '90s. If '90s doesn't work, you can say
Mhm.
teenage years. But in the '90s, what was your example of manliness overall? Like, what does it mean to be a man in that culture?
Um, for me
Being a
was aspiring to be like military life, much more disciplined. Uh, at that point, like I had stopped paying attention to the we do guy talk, we stand around a fire, we cook meat, and we pay bills. Like by this point now, my idea of a man is like having discipline, having goals, fighting for a cause. Maybe joining the military is where I first started to aspire to join the military.
for and I'm going to go from 9 to 12. This is the period that we're talking about here.
Mm.
It was drilled into me that feminine was not masculine. So basically, playing with dolls, liking makeup, reading, all these things were not masculine things. So you wanted to be a thug, you wanted to be a gangster, you really wanted to be a gangster, and you wanted. It doesn't matter whether it was like an Italian gangster or a street gangster. It just you wanted to be a gangster. You wanted to be tough. um, you weren't allowed to be gay. You weren't allowed to be feminine. And other boys who saw even a little bit of femininity in you would basically pick on you and if not beat you up, at least make your life miserable until you stopped expressing that trait that they thought was not allowed. And that was my life from 9 to 12. But at the same time, at that time, I was identifying as bi and pansexual, which made it very difficult for me to find a masculine substitute for that situation. So I got picked on worse and worse and worse until finally I went through puberty and suddenly I got strong. But that's my experience with 9 to 12 in the '90s. You don't have to do the '90s, but your experience of being 9 to 12. What was your experience like as a boy becoming a man? What were your how did other boys and men act towards you, and what did you learn about masculinity at that time?
9 to 12 is really early on to be thinking about pansexuality. I mean, 9 to 12 for me, I was playing a really offensive game. I don't know if kids still play it or if they do. It probably changed the name. It was called Smear the Q Word. I don't know if I could say
Yeah,
that word.
you can't say the word, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Smear the Q Word. And it
Mm.
was just basically an aggressive form of rugby met football. Um, you know, doing male things, riding a
Do you think that
skateboard.
game being the popular game led to you to have negative stereotypes and negative ideas about
Oh,
what it means to be
definitely.
queer?
Yeah, definitely. Like it was a connotation of the name of the game, like
Mm.
you
You can't
being.
say it together. You can't say it together. You can say it separate, but not together. Okay.
Oh no, I'm not gonna say it. I don't like those words to begin with, so I'm not gonna say
Yeah.
it. But for the actual vernacular definition of it is just to be strange, but yet the way we
Mm.
used it was very derogatory. It's like one word means one thing, but the way we use it takes on a whole new meaning. And like as kids, once again, we don't know that it's derogatory, but we're instilling that, pre-installing that into our brains so that way we think of it whenever we associate with someone that's different from us. And yeah, that's what I said. That was manliness to me. That was manliness. That was what boys did, boys being boys, that whole conversation. And I was very much a part of that. You saw the guy who had the crooked hand, whatever the popular like put
Mhm.
downism was, and you threw the ball at him. And you aimed for his face, and I regret those actions, and I really look back on those times with just shame. But at the same time, I was a kid. You didn't know that you were being a jerk. You didn't know that you were being evil.
Well,
You were having fun. You thought it was
as the
funny.
kid who was the kid who would get the ball thrown at him. We used to play tackle basketball, by the way, instead of the other game. But as the kid who would be that sacrifice, um, it it made me have to get really strong and really tough. Um, but I don't recommend that experience to anyone. It's not something that I
No,
enjoyed.
not
It's
at
something
all.
that I really hated.
But I mean, like, you could take two cups, glass cups, drop them from the exact same height, and just because you broke and became a stronger, better person, other people aren't guaranteed that same outcome. To, like
The
I said,
example would
two
be
cups,
like he
drop
didn't
them from
break,
the
but
same
yeah.
height. Yeah,
All right.
they
So now
they
let's
break
move on.
differently.
We're going to move on to 13 to 15. So in 9 through 12, while I was, uh, while I was dealing with attraction and dealing with dating, uh, in my teenage years, uh, I could definitely get a boyfriend if I wanted to. This is in the 90s when it's not okay to be gay. I could have definitely have gotten a boyfriend if I wanted to. There were boys who were interested in me when I was that age, but or males who were interested in me. I guess is the right way to say it when I was that age. But I wasn't interested. I liked a specific female. She was beautiful. She was a neighbor. She ended up becoming a model, um, and she rejected me just plain outright. There were other girls who were also pretty. I liked the cheerleader. The cheerleader didn't like me, but while I was dealing with loneliness and while I was dealing with um, the woman who I wanted or the girl who I wanted not liking me back, and it did feel like, oh, I'm not going to have a kid. Oh, no woman's ever going to like me. No woman's ever going to look at me. And I had insecurities like my pointy ear or like the fact that I had slightly more breast tissue than the other boys, which, by the way, when you look back at the photos, you can't even see it. But at that time, to everybody that age, it looked like, it looked like it was something. But if you look back as an adult looking at a photo of myself when I was younger, there's nothing there. But it's that insecurity. The insecurity feeds on it. The fact that
Mhm.
they're calling you the F slur, the fact that you are a bit more feminine, all of that ends up feeding into it. But I wanted to be with a specific girl, and it made me blind to the fact that there were other girls that were more, I'm going to say tomboyish, that wore the leather jacket, that had the curly hair, that had the valio, whatever that stuff is, where the skin has two colors. There were these beautiful girls who liked me, but because it wasn't the alpha female, um, I didn't know I was rejecting them. I just thought, oh, no girl's ever going to like me. I didn't even register that these females were pursuing me. And I definitely, in that culture and at that time, didn't recognize the males, the fellow teenage boys who liked me as being an option. That wasn't an option for me. That wasn't something that I was looking for. I was looking for companionship in a specific woman, in a specific type of woman. And I think that happens to a lot of these incels is that it's not, especially the ones that have money and are good looking. Yeah, there are girls who like them, but they might not like their personality, or the boy might not be popular, so they might not want to like them out in public. And that is a different type of rejection that I've also dealt with where, yeah, there's someone who's willing to kiss you in private, but they're not willing to hold your hand in public. And it does feel terrible. And when you're that boy, I had dandruff. I went from being feminine to being masculine. And in that transition, it was super awkward. I didn't understand where I belonged. Going through all of that really made me feel outcast. And the fact that the popular people would then outcast me even more made it worse. Now, there were other groups to accept me, but I didn't want their acceptance. I wanted to be in the popular group. I wanted to be with the popular girl. And I couldn't have that. And my ego was too big. And I think this is the problem with the incels, especially at that age group. Your ego and your desire for status is too much to let you understand that there are people who are accepting you right now, and you don't have to be that asshole, but you can't see it because all you see is the rejection. I think that's what's going on. So let's go with you between 9 and sorry, we're at 13. Between 13 and 15, what's going on with you? Let me actually come back to that because I didn't finish that. I didn't get to the end of the bullying. So at the end of 12 years old, I turned 13 in the summer. When I come back, puberty hit. And this is also the summer that I was kicked out of school. So I did training with my uncle who taught me martial arts, and I come back and I'm in eighth grade, and I suddenly have muscles. I have boulders on my chest from me doing weightlifting. I'm just stronger, and uh, I can suddenly beat up my bullies, and that changed a lot for me. Not being on the bottom rung, not being the weakest guy changed a lot for me. I still wasn't good at sports. I still wasn't good at music. I still had no talent. I still couldn't draw. But just being physically stronger than all the other boys changed my status among them. I went from being on the lowest rung to being an outcast. And I know it sounds weird, but being a rebel or outcast, and I think this is also what happens to the incels, made my life way easier because I was the top of my own hierarchy. Yeah, I wasn't part of the main hierarchy, but I was at the top of my own hierarchy. And the girlfriends that I got reflected it. I was dating a high school senior when I was in eighth grade. I was dating a girl who, smoked and drove. And so by by outcasting myself, basically, although I didn't think of it at the time, I thought they were outcasting me. I had other options and I had people to like me, but it still wasn't the person that I liked. It still wasn't the person that I wanted to be with. It was the people who would accept me for being an outsider. And so that goes into the goth music and the metal music that I ended up getting into. I had left that out. That's why I'm sanctioning that in right there. So for you, from 9 to 15, sorry, from 13 to 15, what was your experience with masculinity and being a man, and how did you understand it? Go ahead.
Um, 13 and 14, I really didn't have, and not too much change. I would have described myself back in those days as the equivalent of a pick me. I was
Mhm.
not, I didn't have a sense of identity because I was too busy trying to fit in with who I perceived to be the cool or popular kids. Around 15, that's when I met, well, my life began to change. Um, I met a friend, well, now is one of my close friends. We did a lot of growing up together. Up until that time, I don't think I had ever really had to grow up. I was in a state of limbo. 15, I met a friend who his dad was in a biker gang, and their home was the biker hangout. And I got to see an entirely different aspect of life from their perspective. And it was interesting to me because like you are who you associate yourself with, right? They say that. So when I was throwing, footballs at what I perceived to be lesser kids or
Mhm.
whatever, I was doing it not because I wanted to do it, but because I wanted my friends to laugh at it. It's too busy trying to fit in with the group. And when I went to go hang out with these bikers, well, obviously I don't own a bike and I don't have a bike and I'm not doing biker things. But I got to see that you don't have to try to fit in, just be yourself. And if you truly meant to be there, slowly but surely people accept you. And that to me became my new like definition of masculinity that I kind of still carry on to this day. Like or like masculinity and being a man to me are two different things. So
Mhm.
masculinity to me like was like just be yourself, be comfortable in your own skin. And I really got to express and find out what that was for me starting at 15.
So now we're going to move on to 16 to 19, and I'm going to go with my understanding of who I was and my masculinity from there. So by the time I was 16, no one was picking on me, period. In fact, I would walk through the hall sometimes and look for other people who were being picked on because I kind of had a hero complex, and I would go beat up their bully, which at that point I was so muscular that I didn't really have to beat up anyone. I could just walk in and be like, hey, and they'd be like, they'd leave the kid alone and they'd walk away and the kid would thank me. And I'm like, yeah, you're welcome. And I got respect for that. And those who didn't know that and would try to start trouble with me, someone else who respected me for that would tell that person, hey, no, that's the guy, just leave him alone. And it felt great. But at the same time, I was coming into sobriety. So what I kind of left out in the earlier story is that I discovered alcohol around 11. And or actually around 10, and I would go to school drunk, and I would say stupid shit, which probably helped and led to me getting more picked on. And I realized that with my sexuality and with my alcoholism, that I wasn't being healthy. So I decided to try voluntary celibacy. I had not become a Christian yet. I had just been introduced into Taoism, and in Taoism, there's vows of chastity as well, and there's vows of like certain kind of working out and certain kind of training, including meditation. So I did that for 3 years in high school. While everyone else was dating and having sex for the first time, I was purposely not going to parties, purposely spending every night working out, which is not something that is now carried on to my adulthood. I still prefer the gym to going out partying. And I would just work out, exercise, train. And eventually that led me to my now lifelong friends because I would find other people who were interested in fighting. Now, these people were partying before I met them, and then they'd meet me, they'd see what I was doing, they'd be like, I want to train with you. And then these people ended up becoming lifelong friends through martial arts and through weightlifting. And that was my 16 to 19 was I took a vow of celibacy for like 3 years, and I spent every night in the gym for like 3 to 4 hours a night. And I made some of my best friends by people who wanted to do the same kind of thing. And I got them out of partying because they had to, if they were going to work out every night, they couldn't go party. So it probably made our lives a lot better all around. Um, and I thought I was going to go to the military, just like Adrian. And I thought I was going to be a cop after that. That's not the way my life went. But that's 16 to 19. I had embraced my masculinity. I had embraced my strengths. And it made my life better overall. But I was way too cocky. I was way too brash. And while I was still severely shy, I was able to, uh, with my group of friends, be not flamboyant, but be more open, because what we were doing was we were trying to outlift each other. We were trying to outrun each other. We were trying to outfight each other. And this became our obsession. It was reading The Lion's Den, watching MMA every night, watching films of other fighters, watching boxing. And that became our lives for, 3 to 4 years. Adrian, 16 to 19.
16 and 19, that's where my life goes. Oh, you can't even see on camera, right? Oh, yeah, there you go. Meow. But it was like a destruction to creation. That's where hanging out with bikers and doing all that stuff, you felt kind of free to rebel in its own little form. So a lot of drinking, a lot of just being a hooligan and just doing most of my crazy stories that when sitting down with your buddies and reliving the old good war days, you're like, dude, how did we not have like a record? How did we get away with so many of the things we did? Because
We're live and on the internet. Be careful, boy.
I'm just saying, every story kind of ends with, and so we ran from the cops,
Mm.
and I'm just like, how did we get so lucky to evade them so many times or do everything that we did? It's just, I remember specifically, and I know this isn't about masculinity, but it's just something that always sticks out of my mind. Just being drunk, watching Maximum Exposure at like midnight. It was like a Friday night, and there was a show where they did what would later on become like Tosh, but
Mm.
earlier version of it. And they had gotten the couch and they were pulling it through town on a truck. And we were drunk. We looked, and surely enough, this couch had wheels. So we tell old man, we're taking your couch. He's like, bring it back. And like we chucked it out the window, tied it to my buddy's little Ranger. And yeah, we went down the street drinking, surfing on this couch. And at one point, we tell the driver, just gun it, dude, just go. And the guy starts pulling the couch so fast that it actually started getting unstable, started getting kind of like a little bit of air. And I guess we all had the same thought all at the same time: is how do we stop this couch? Because we're just figuring we're gonna hit the back of the Ranger. Um, so we come around a bend, and the couch didn't go the same way the Ranger did, and we all wound up flying through the air. And I remember I hit a cactus, and I had like little splinters or little stickers in me. So we go back to the old man, and the old man's like, "Where's my couch?" And we're like, "Sorry, old man, the couch didn't make it." And the whole night sitting there drunk, laughing at splinters in my shoulder blade. And that to me was what guys did. It was boys being boys, hooligan.
So let's move on now to the 2000s. For me in the 2000s, most of the examples of masculinity were examples that I rejected. I didn't like NSYNC. I didn't like Backstreet Boys. Uh, there was Spider-Man, but Spider-Man really wasn't a tough character. I liked Wolverine, but the movie version of Wolverine was this tall, skinny guy that I couldn't relate to. I'm short. I'm chubby. I got bulky muscles. I couldn't relate to it. So I rejected most of that masculine examples, which led to the people, well, we'll get into that when we get to the actual years. So that was the example of masculinity at that time was the opposite of the masculinity that I had grown up with. And that created a friction on who I wanted to be as a man and who women wanted me to be as a man. So women at that time wanted the term was metrosexual. They wanted, you know, a guy who was well kept and dressed well and more into music and pale skin, long hair, blue eyes. That was like the it guy, and that isn't who I was. I was stuck being Rambo. I was stuck with the big muscles and the curly hair and the afro and the getting into fights and the drinking and the going to strip clubs. That's who I was in the 90s. So there was some problem there. Remember, we're not talking about ourselves yet. We're talking about just what the 2000s were. So the early 2000s, ignore the fact about, you know, 9/11 and all that other stuff. It was the guys who were popular and the guys who were examples of being men were not who I looked like, were not who I acted like, because I was stuck in a previous mindset. So that was my experience in the 2000s before we get into my specifics. Adrian, you were around for the 2000s. What was an example of what culture told you masculinity was at that time period? I can remember Mystery. I can remember different guys. This is like the beginning of what would later become the manosphere, which is guys, you know, learning how to what is it called? It's not being we call it being a player in the 90s, but in the 2000s we called it something else, which is like you'd get a lot of
Pickup
girls.
artists.
Pickup artists, yeah. This was the pickup artist era, and I
Peacocking.
did not
Were you the
match
guy with
that
the
look.
fuzzy hat?
Yeah,
Come on, man. Don't lie. You had the fuzzy hat going, the
I,
big old glasses on the top, looking
nothing.
like some
I
steampunk
did not look
rejection.
like that. I could not get a girlfriend to save
Did you
my
have a
life
did, did,
at that
did you
period.
have one of those pickup artists like cheesy names like
Nope.
Mystical or something?
No, no, I had nothing. I was in the wrong era. I felt like, oh, I'm in the wrong time. All right. Anyway, what was your understanding of masculinity in the 2000s?
That's where I really started what I would call, I'm pretty sure it's an incorrect term, but I started my counterculture phase in like 2005-ish when I discovered Jane Silent Bob, Clerks. I think 2000, like that was still early when Jane Silent Bob Strike Back that released in cinema that I found it incredibly funny. And someone told me, "Oh, if you think that's funny, you don't get half the jokes because of his other movies." So I went and found all the other Kevin Smith films, and that to me became the new thing that I wanted to do. So that led to, of course, the Big Lebowski. I'm the dude, you know? And that became like my new like standard, my new aspiration for
Mhm.
living life. So from manliness completely left me behind. You know, everyone was gearing up for this like new form of manliness. I think that you're right. That's when like manliness really started to change into this manosphere type deal.
Mhm.
And I just became the nah, dude, I'm just gonna sit back, drink white Russians all day and fucking smoke weed.
So let's get to specifics now. From 20 to 25, I was in college. I was writing at some point there for a deconstructionist magazine that then became a feminist magazine that then, because the magazine got bought out, then became a a Maxim ripoff magazine. Which how you go from deconstruction to feminist to Maxim ripoff, I don't know, but that's what happened. Eventually, the magazine failed, and I went back to school. This was my college time. Um, I spent most of my time working out and going to school and learning. This is the first time I read the Quran. It's all of that kind of stuff. And in my life, I had kind of fallen into kind of the bad tropes of being a dude. I would go to strip clubs almost once a week. I was dating the girls who I was dating at the time were strippers. My first girlfriend was a girl who had tried porn and failed. Um, you know, I was now in the dating pool, but I was dating people who were honestly who I am now below my standard. And uh, these were not terrible women. That they're some of my they were some of my best friends at the time. They influenced me a lot on feminism. They influenced a lot of my worldview. They showed me parts of the world that I had not been exposed to, such as homelessness, such as drug addiction, such as feminist rights. So that's where I learned a lot of that stuff, and where I like I started reading about feminism. But it wasn't who I wanted to be, and that became very clear when I had my cancer scare at 25, uh, and I abandoned all of that, including dropping out of school. So being a man, especially between 25 and 26, was really hard for me. Um, I did not feel manly. I did not feel masculine. I felt like a failed man. I felt like the women that I wanted wouldn't want me, and that the women I could get were women that were not on the same level as me. And so I felt embarrassed. And I did 1 year of voluntary celibacy again, although this time it was not a religious thing. It was, well, I'm always going to be alone anyway, so why even try? And we talked a little bit about this period when we talked when Michael was still here. But yeah, this was a very low point for me, and this is the first time I ever saw someone who's misogynistic, like actively. It was someone who followed Mystery, actually, and he treated women like shit, and I couldn't be his friend. I was like, look, I get this. I get why you're trying to recruit me into this because I'm pretty lonely right now, but I don't want anything to do with this. And so I ended up just shutting down. And there's a good lost year in there where I didn't have any girlfriends, I didn't have any friends, and I just felt terrible. I was very unhappy in my life. I was very unhappy with my status. Um, I was very sad to lose my credentials with my school. I was on a track to become a professor, and suddenly I was homeless. I was girlfriendless. My fiance left me, and I was broke. All the money that I had accrued throughout that time was gone, mostly because I spent it. But everything was gone. Everything was over. It was a terrible time, and I really felt no woman would ever like me or ever want to talk to me. It was bad. So that was what I went through 20 to 25. How about you?
20 to 25, it was very bad point in my life. I was a raging, arrogant asshole, but not with the rage part. I was just arrogant. Um, a lot of it was like dealing with traumas I just didn't want to deal with at the time. So yeah, between 20 and 25, I was habitually dating around because I was upset with myself, and I don't know if we have time to go into all those details of why I was upset with myself.
Just give the biggest one and the one that stuck with you. Just two.
Uh, I didn't know why at the time, but um, I felt less manly because at the time I didn't know it was asexual. I didn't know that was a term or that was a thing. So the idea of being sexually active didn't interest me, but due to the womanizing father I had, it made me feel like the only way to be a man was to be sexual. So I was upset with myself being hypersexual, even though I didn't want to be. And it was just a real arrogant time because I remember clearly one time I was at a bar and this girl that I was with playing pool looked at another guy. I went and gave that guy $20, told him, "You buy her next round, you take her home tonight," and left. Just arrogant.
Hmm.
I felt like I could pick up another girl tomorrow. I didn't need her. So that was my thing. Uh, just being real
And then what
lost and
stuck with
confused.
you from that? What negative thing stuck with you from that time?
That
Masculinity. I'm not talking about life experience. We're talking about masculinity. What negative aspect of masculinity has stuck with you from that time period?
the idea that you have to fit a certain image to be a man.
Yeah.
You have to perceive a certain lifestyle to be a man. Uh,
Okay. So let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's not stay there. So now we're going to get to 26 to 39 for me. This is going to be the late 2000s. So life changed. So I went about a year without being able to get laid. Uh, the only girls who were interested in me were either drug addicts or uh, people who were escorts and stuff like that. I've never paid for sex. It's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the P word, prostitution, not the other P word. We're not talking about prostitution or anything like that. But these were escorts. These were nowadays they'd probably be cam girls, but camming wasn't a thing at that time. So I took myself out of the dating pool, and that's where the story would have ended. But on one very special drunk night, I ended up at a specific strip club where the stripper was like, "You're having a bad time," or the bartender was like, "You're having a bad time. Every drink is on me, and I'm going to be the one to take you home." And I was like, "Huh? Like, you're not going to pay a thing tonight. You're going to stay here." So of course, the next night I come back, and I end up meeting a very beautiful hostess, and me and the hostess end up having a relationship. From that relationship, which luckily didn't go too far, that relationship, I end up hearing from my childhood sweetheart, who tells me I was in love with you the entire time too. I reevaluate my entire life, and I decide I'm going to teach martial arts. So I go back to living a life, and there's no sex at this time. There's no dating at this time. There's still some alcohol and some alcoholism, but I cut back on that pretty quickly once I started working out again. And martial arts and weightlifting, and a very specific friend who's a lesbian, ends up saving my life. We we end up working out together. We end up going and meeting girls together and dating together. She was in my life every single day until I was about 30. So for the next 5 years, 6 years of my life, she saves me. And it's a platonic relationship with a lesbian. And we we play video games together. We date together. We date from the same dating pool. At this point, I'm now active in uh, the FET community and active in the polyamorous community. And I end up in a dating group, and I have options, and life is going fine until I meet a girl who, because I was still heartbroken over the person who broke my heart during the cancer scare, uh, because of that, I ended up dating someone who I really shouldn't have dated, who was the opposite of everything I'm looking for in a person. And that person led me down the wrong path. It's not her fault. She didn't do it to me. Me dating her was the mistake. And it was eating things I shouldn't eat. It was hanging out with people I shouldn't hang out with. And she was a very negative person. And that negativity affected my friendship with the group and with my best friend. And so when my best friend
Your
left,
Yoko Ono.
yeah, when my best friend, the lesbian, left because her girlfriend broke her heart, I broke up with the person who I shouldn't have been dating. And I was left kind of devastated because I was like, "What did I just do to my life?" I lost all my active friends. Not all my friends. Not I'm talking about my female friends. All my female friends were now gone because this person had pushed all my female friends away, and it was just me and three buddies. It was me, David, Oscar, the other Oscar, and Tony, and that was it. There was no females in my life. There was nothing. So I was like, "Wow, did I mess up?" And then I was like, "Oh, also my clients are gone," because she would show up. This person who I shouldn't have been dating would show up to when I was training my clients and watch my clients like this to make sure that I wasn't flirting with any of the female clients. And so all my clients stopped showing up to my sessions. This was just the wrong person to date. She was too jealous, too insecure. So I had lost my business, and that's how I ended the 2000s. Uh, Joey, how's Joey? Sorry, Adrian. How's your masculine experience in the late 2000s, or if you don't have that, from 26 to 39?
Um, before I before I go, I'm not hip to all the terms. I just read something. Do incels and outcells get along? I don't know what an outcell is.
That would be an outgoing person who can't get laid.
Oh, makes sense. Okay. Um, at about 24, I think it was 24 at the time. I finally beat my battle with addictions. I got sober, and I wanted to buckle down and be a man. So the girl I was dating at the time, we moved in together, and I was with her all the way up until about, I want to say I was 27, and I was trying to live the man life, you know, living with a woman, you know, doing all those manly things, or what would be perceived as manly things, working, paying bills. I've kind of reverted back to what I thought of as a kid, what a man was, and kind of forgot everything I learned in my mid-teens. Um, living a sober life and being completely unhappy with where I was in life.
So now we're going to move on to the 2010s. Masculinity in the 2010s was weird. Um, I can only say that the masculinity from the previous eras was still looked highly upon, and what masculinity became now didn't really exist. So you had, kind of Obama, kind of Clinton, politicians were the example of masculinity, which is not good. You had a period of time where the music wasn't good, the movies weren't good, video games were still good, but they weren't great. So you just kind of had this like time of like nothingness. And during that period, after my breakup with the bad girlfriend, and after my loss of my career, and after and I had already dropped out of college, 5 years before that, um, I was just kind of lost. So from from the 2010s, I didn't really see too many examples of masculinity that I can remember or think of. And I don't remember what masculinity was to everyone else, because that time period really sucked for me. So, uh, like I said, I didn't want to go back to hanging out with strippers and prostitutes and escorts, like I did in my early 20s. And I didn't have um, the strong resources of my best friends, of my lesbian friend, of this like family that I had built, because everybody else had moved on in life. So because everyone else had gotten married and everyone else started having kids and I hadn't, I was kind of left behind. So we're not getting into personal stuff yet. This is just 2010s in general. I don't remember what a man was at that time. That wasn't what I was thinking of. That wasn't what I was looking at. What about you? What do you think about from the 2010s? Can you think of any cultural or social example of a man? I can really only think of Obama. And I think Obama might have been earlier than that.
I gotta say that I can tell you lost the plot of what a man was when you said Hillary Clinton was a male role model.
I didn't say Hillary Clinton. I said Clinton.
Oh, okay. Just gotta clarify that because, yeesh,
When I say
that,
Clinton, I'm talking about about
that was
Bill
probably the
Clinton.
funniest thing, dude.
Well,
Yeah.
you
Her
know what? No, no,
pants
no, no.
are
That's no. Hold on. That's actually a very good point. In the 2010s, the example of masculinity were females. So it was the female superheroes. It was, everything from Dark Angel to Lost
Jessica
Girl
Alba.
to, these were the like, I don't know why people think like in the 2010s there weren't like hero females. That's all that there was. Entertainment was just a heroic, strong female over and over and over again. You didn't have heroic,
Whoa,
strong guys. You had very weak men. So yeah,
whoa,
no, it
Buffy
was
the Vampire Slayer.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like it was the examples of masculinity were feminine, so it wasn't great. It wasn't great to be a man at that time. Um, Adrian, what examples do you have of 2010 of the cultural idea of what it was to be a man? Like I said, I only have Obama. It's the only thing I could think of, and maybe
Man,
McCain.
around that time, I gotta say, I didn't really care about masculinity. I was listening to pop punk music and emo, so I was the guy with the long, flowy little coif hair that they called it at the time. You know, wearing the hot topic fashion. So no, I would not be a good arbiter of what it was to be a man in those days. My painted nails. Yeah, no.
So
I have no room to speak of manliness in that era.
so it was Wonder Woman in Thomas's day. So
You're picturing
from
it, I
30
see,
to
man.
30 from 30 to 33, um, that was kind of the worst time of my life. This was not me not getting laid by choice. This is when I was an involuntary celibate, although not in the meme kind of way. As an actuality, I couldn't get laid. I was working for a person who eventually became a best friend of mine. Uh, I in high school, me and him did martial arts together. We fought together. I don't know if we did any competitions together. And this is like local underground fighting. I don't remember what we did, but we trained together for a year or 2 years. He came back. He needed someone to do bookkeeping in his company, so I started working a job from 12 p.m. From 12 midnight to 6 a.m. And I did that for about 5 years. And while working for him, is when I got really overweight. I was living in my dad's house at the time, and my dad was bringing food to me all the time. He was bringing donuts and pizza. I got super overweight. I couldn't get a girlfriend. Um, I did have one trans friend who was in my life at that time who mildly showed interest and mildly like was socially kind of like trying to keep me active in some kind of life outside of my home. But in all bluntness, I did nothing. All I did was play video games and um, eat and work. That's it. I didn't leave my room. My job was online. So I'd go online at midnight and I wouldn't get off online until 6 a.m. I would spend my time on phone talking to truckers, keeping them awake, having conversations with them. Um, like I said, the only female in my life was a trans person. And I didn't want a relationship with her because that's, I want to have kids. I know exactly what I want, and it wasn't that. So
Don't lie.
I,
She was bigger.
no, no, I'm just not
Kidding.
into that.
Kidding. Kidding.
And so I ended up becoming really, really fat. I was very upset that I couldn't get the girls that I wanted. At the worst shape that I got into, the more that situation was true. Um, and that's when I got a 14A1C. And at the end of this process is when I read the Bible for the second time and when I read Jordan Peterson for the first time. And Jordan Peterson really helped me a lot, to be very blunt. We'll get into that in the second part of this era, but this was when I was involuntarily celibate. This is when I couldn't get any girl, period. This is when I was super overweight. This is when I was completely isolated. And the only people I could talk to were either online or over the phone. I was completely by myself. I had fair income. I had a good job. I eventually became a manager in that company, but I didn't have any people in my actual physical life. So this was a terrible time for me, the worst time of my life altogether. Adrian, from 30 to 33, where are you at? In terms of masculinity.
Masculinity in my 30s. I see we're from two different periods in time. So like at least in this age range, if we're speaking specifically age. So I'm already into that. Jordan Peterson is already a thing, and I agree and disagree with a lot of the things he says. And I think now I disagree a hell of a lot more than what I agree with him on. Like, but back at least back in those early years, like you could kind of make an argument and be like, nah. But yeah, I was beginning my trucking career.
Mhm.
But masculinity in those times for me was this new age of fake masculinity. The guy who wears a flannel jacket, who seems like he's an outdoorsy type, drives a Jeep even though it never leaves the pavement. You know, that idea was manly, at least what I would consider my interpretation of what people thought was manly. That hipster look was coming in, beanies, beards.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
So,
that would
okay,
be
let's
my
move on. let's move on to 34 to 39 for me, which is going to be I discovered Jordan Peterson. I go back to being a personal trainer. The job where I was working collapsed because
Mhm.
the guy decided to move on, so he let his trucks go bad, and he didn't have the money to repair them because he was planning to move on. So I was without a job. I was without a job for 2 years. At that time, I discovered religion. I read the Bible. I started doing liturgy of the hours. I got super healthy. Uh, and at the end of about a 2 year period, I met my wife. I started dating her. There were other girls who I dated. I dated maybe a different girl every month in that 2 year period, and then uh, I met my wife, and my wife was like, "I'm not going to marry a personal trainer. You got to go get a real job." So I went and I became a car salesman, and the rest of that was running into masculinity from other people's perspectives. Which, even though we're not into the next era yet, I'm going to cut it off there because I want to hear your perspective before I start talking about how other men understood masculinity at that point in my life. Go ahead.
That point in your life.
We're at the ages of 34 to basically 40. So from 35 to
Yeah.
40 for you.
See where I'm at now.
Yeah.
Um,
Aren't you 70 years old?
I'm a really good looking 70-year-old then.
Yes, you are.
Wow. Arrogance came back in a flash, didn't it? For me, like manliness, this is where for me manliness turns into like accepting of oneself, to be comfortable in your own skin, to not worry about trends or fitting the latest fashions or whatever. Like manliness to me now is just being you, being comfortable with who you are, and finding that group of people who accept you for who you are. I have a very cool little group of friends. You know, some of them I think have been in your videos.
Mhm.
They're all walks of life. Like, not one of us are completely the same. We may have similar interests, but we're all at various different levels of what would be traditionally called manliness. Um, kind of just accepting of everyone and everything. Like, even though I don't understand it or I may not know it, like outsell. Never heard of that before. But you know what? Like, I get it. I may not fully understand it or agree with it, but you know, do you?
So I'm going to cut you off there to kind of get into what my experience was being around alpha males and uh,
Machismos.
machismos for the first time after all that time. There was a ton of homophobia. There's a ton of immaturity, a ton of misogyny. They talk down to women. They treat women like items to be captured or traded. There was a lot of sleeping around, a lot of seducing people with money, basically going back into the workforce and seeing how successful men treated women was really disheartening. And the way that they acted with each other was hyper competition, hyper competitive. It was not healthy. And it was so weird because going from college up until that point, I had not run into a misogynist or a bully or jerks. I had gone a good 10 years without experiencing that. So coming back into that felt really uncomfortable. I was not prepared for it. And I didn't like it. I had actually rejected those friendships for a good year uh, until my dad got sick with Alzheimer's, and then I needed those friendships, and then I started letting those people in. But it took a good year for me to get comfortable with talking to people who disrespected women, who disrespected other men, who saw weak men as a problem, who saw femininity as a negative, and feminine men as just men that had to be rejected and were not allowed in. So to see that for the first time after 10 years of being away from it, after 10 years of not dealing with that, was shocking. And I thought it only existed in movies. I thought it had been over, and that femininity or equality had won. And then I discovered something. It's still out there. Um, so that was my example of that. Let's now move on to the 2020s. My examples of who I identify as manly now would be like Jordan Peterson. I don't like Andrew Tate, but Andrew Tate is a strong example of what most men thought of masculinity in these last few years. You have stuff like Logan Paul, who again I don't consider masculine, but it is an example of what people think of masculinity. Um, you have stuff like Bill Maher, who's come back as an example of masculinity. So what you do is you have the intellectual and then the hyper masculine competitive guy seems to be the current example of the two extremes of masculinity today. And also from the 2010s that I forgot to mention is that there were female examples of masculinity like the tomboy, like the Shane from the L Word. Those are the examples in the 2010s. In the 2020s, you don't have that kind of melding of male and feminine. You now have these two extremes of you're either going to be really good looking and a jerk, or you're going to be really smart and old. That's the example of masculinity in the 2020s. What about you? What do you think the example of masculinity is today, culturally speaking?
Culturally speaking, I think it's become a perverse. Um, we'd love to have this idea of what masculine is because it's been a rejection of like what you said, a long period of time of like metrosexuality and all this. It became like its own form of counterculture.
Mhm.
Um, a rejection. Like we had female superheroes back in the day, or female action heroes. You know, you had Buffy the Vampire Slayer and
Mhm.
Jessica Alba, just to name just two.
Too.
Back in the day, they were fine. They were actually celebrated. And now I think if you were to take that and bring it into the modern day, it'd be a complete rejection from modern men because they don't want female superheroes. Look at the whole Wonder Woman fiasco. I mean, I didn't watch the second movie. I'm not gonna lie, but I thought the first movie was pretty
The first
good.
movie was good, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't bother to
I
watch
would
the second
say
one.
Miss Marvel would be, I'm sorry, not Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel would be a better example of that
Yeah,
rejection
America. What was
of
it,
the alpha
America
feminine.
Herrera?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
all
no,
of
no,
that.
no.
Like,
The Brie Larson. Brie Larson got rejected bad because of her. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's not get into that. Let's not get into.
no,
Let's
no,
stay on
I
topic.
get it, but like, I
Yeah.
mean, it seemed like they were more rejecting just because they didn't agree that they felt like it was being pushed down their throats.
Well, you
You know,
had
that they're
things like
being.
from the 2000s and 2010s. You had things like GamerGate. You had stuff like that come up, and all of this is
Mhm.
affecting us now. Um, do you think? First off, do you think there's a healthy example of masculinity now out in the world for people who feel rejected to latch onto?
Yeah, I really do. I think there's good examples out there. I mean, hell,
Give me
you could
one.
look at two celebrities. I think uh, the two superheroes, Chris Hemsworth
Hmm.
is a great example. Like he did this discovery or this show on Hulu, I think it was, or Disney Plus, where he's just doing different tough things. He's doing deep water diving. I don't know what, but I saw it. It was kind of boring, but I mean, manly. He looks manly. Um, I think Jason Momoa, another example of, to me, flamboyant masculinity. Like, like
Hmm. So
his latest
I'm
role in that.
I'm going to cut you off so we can finish within like hopefully the 4 hour mark. So from 44 to present, I would say that I'm very comfortable with my masculinity. I'm very comfortable with my femininity. I think I've liked who I've become as a man. And now it's almost like it's come back to my original understanding of manhood, which is it's about responsibility. It's about uh, taking both responsibility for yourself and for someone else. I'm thinking here about my wife. I'm thinking here about my stepson. I'm thinking here about my father. I'm thinking here about my cats. That providing for them is an example of manliness. Sacrificing for them is an example of manliness. And not cheating on them, being loyal is an example of manliness. I think not stepping out and not running away, even when things get hard, is an example of manliness now. So I think that has changed, not just culturally, because I do think that is a shift in the culture as well, but it's changed for me personally. Real quick, go ahead and same question. Masculinity today, what is it?
Today, masculinity, I think, is more of identity than it is a title or of set behavior. Um, just a quick little side story. My mom's water heater had gone out, and me being the masculine man, I went and bought a water heater at Home Depot, took it, took the old one out, drained it, did all the proper things, plugged in the new one, filled it up with water, kicked the power on, did a little DIY project that I think is ridiculous nowadays of how much they charge you to do that. Like I said, side tangent, but the prices I was quoted to change out a water heater are redonkulous. But I say that all to say that I made a mess in what was at the time my father's room, now is our guest bedroom,
Mhm.
basically. And I was out cleaning and I was throwing a bunch of stuff away because my old man was a hoarder. He loved hoarding junk. And in there, I found my secret stash. And that as a teen or as a young man, one of the cool things to do was to take trophies of your conquest. I don't know if I can say
Mhm.
conquest, your achievements. So I found the old stash, and I was quite frankly a box that I'm not comfortable with. I put it down on the bed and started counting these undergarments.
Let's
I
not
was
go
like,
into the number or anything like that.
no,
What did
no,
you
no.
end
I
up
was just gonna
getting?
say is that that helped me reflect of who I was then to who I am now. Because
Mhm.
back in the day, I think that would have been like a bragging right. I would have shown all my friends. I would have been like, "Hey, look at this, guys!" And now I look at it as a shame. Just like, man, how stupid was I? Like
Let me
that's
ask you
really
this:
fucking.
do you think, as a man, things get better for you with time, or do you think that the rejection of the feminine, the rejection of females, breaks you down over time and you just become a worse and worse and shittier guy? Or do you think that things get better and that once you that even if you're rejected, because I know a lot of guys who are ugly, I know a lot of guys who are fat who have girlfriends. I know a lot of guys who are broke who have girlfriends. So I don't think what the manosphere is spreading, what Andrew Tate is spreading is true. Because I've been high and I've been low, and throughout it all, there's been someone there, even if it's not the person that I wanted. So I don't think that being feminine in some way or being outcast in some way is the end. I think if you're a decent guy and you exercise, and by exercise, I don't mean like physically, I mean, whatever it is that you do, whether it's video games, you do something that you love and you're passionate about, even if you can't find anything to be passionate about, just try. I think eventually you'll meet a partner. And I do think that for those who are like, well, it has to be a specific partner. If you're gay and you're lonely, there's there's going to be a guy out there. If you're straight and you're lonely, there's going to be a girl or whatever your opposite gender is for you. And I think that things like religion, things like a family, these are vocations. These are things you can opt into. If it's a family that you want, not everyone can get that. Um, but those who can get it, it's a good thing. And it's not something to be thrown away or taken lightly. And I think that for those who are rejected by society, there are other options. There is I know this sounds bad to some people, but there is the military, there is the priesthood, there is religion, there is science, there's meditation, there's art. And I was told this a long time ago, very many long heartbreaks ago. They said, "You're a writer. Write yourself a story. And I guarantee you it'll get you a girl, but it just won't get you the girl that inspired the story. It won't get you back the person who broke your heart, but it'll get you someone new." And that's a place to start. And I think that's absolutely true. It'll get you a girl, just not the one you initially wanted. And that's okay. Life does get better, I think. Adrian, what do you think? And then I'm going to ask two more questions, then we're going to wrap up.
Okay. To me, like what I want to say is the idea of Andrew Tate being a voice of masculinity. I don't think that. To me, Andrew Tate, we're being honest, is a predator. He's preying on weak men.
It doesn't matter if he's a predator or not. I know men who, in my previous business, who couldn't get laid, who had good incomes, who completely bought into Andrew Tate and started talking like him at work
Weak men.
because they were lonely.
Yeah, I mean, you
But that
take
is still
something that somebody.
masculinity. That's not an example of not masculinity. That's still masculinity. Whether you like it or not, that
Mm,
is an example of a
no,
man.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, to me, like, it is no better than the self help gurus of back in our day. You know,
But
I don't know if you
self-help
remember the
is not
Tony
necessarily
Robinson.
wrong. But self-help
No,
isn't necessarily wrong.
it's a perverse form of that self help, but I believe they're using what self help did to, make an income based on the weakness of others, the faults of others. Instead of I believe maybe because I don't subscribe enough to these. And Andrew Tate's not the
I'll
only
send
one
you their
doing it.
books in a few minutes, and we'll fix that for you.
Yeah, no, it's just that like me personally, I'm not. I wouldn't consider myself anything above a two. Maybe a three on a good day, on a scale of 1 to 10. I think personally, I'm a pretty ugly dude, but I don't. I don't dress fancy. I mean, you see me. I'm most comfortable in a baggy t-shirt and
Oh, I
basketball
forgot to
jeans
tell
and
you, I've been
Converse.
blind the entire time.
Uh-huh. Blind owl. Okay. So anyway, I've never had a problem finding a
Mm.
partner. Just never have. And like I said, I think I'm should be one of the last picks for women, but yet I'm not. And that's why I can't subscribe to the idea of an incel because as someone who I believe shouldn't be as successful with women as he is, like it doesn't make sense to me. I can't compute, I can't
Mhm.
understand it. The manosphere of be this, be that, do this, do that, treat women like this. Like, I mean, I joke about it from time to time, like, oh yeah, being ultra nice, that's gonna get you, in the friend zone forever. But it's
Mm.
just a joke. Like it's not meant to be taken seriously. Like some women are looking for that provider, that guy who has a good job. Maybe she's fallen on tough times and she's just looking for someone who can make her feel secure and taken care of. There's some women who like the bad guy. I mean, hell, there's dudes who spend more time in prison than they do out in the real world, and yet they
Mhm.
have like 4 kids, and
But I
like
mean,
four baby mamas.
okay, give me 1 second because we're gonna have to cut off the show because we're running out of time. But I have to go pee really bad. Give me 1 minute. Go ahead and take the show, okay?
Ooh, ooh, yeah, go, 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 shoot, shoot, shoot. I don't know. Does anyone here think that Andrew Tate is like masculine personified? I'm actually curious. The Flash comes in mind first. He's DC. I don't know. Batman comes first to me. He's DC. That new Batman movie was really good. I made the term outsell. Now every time I hear outsell, if I ever hear it again, I'm gonna think Thomas Rutledge. Welcome
Sorry about
back.
that. Okay. So right now we only have two people watching anyway. So let's start wrapping up. I want to mention a few things, which is I do think the Elliots of the world, the Andrew
Elliot
Tates of the
Page.
world. No, no, the
Oh,
the bad guy. That those people are examples of how not to be a man. That they are terribly immature, and that why they are examples of toxic masculinity and insecurity and mental illness. They're not an example of all men. And I think if you've watched this, especially if you watch this 4 hour stream, and whether you're watching the videos that are going to come out, yeah, I did. If you're watching this later on, look, I'm someone who has been able to get laid and hasn't been able to get laid, and being in shape didn't change that. When I was in shape and I was feeling shitty about myself, I couldn't get laid. And when I was out of shape and I felt great about myself, I could get laid. And one of the things that my friends always told me is that it's when you're upset and you're feeling like really pissed off at the world, and you go out almost every single time you pick up a girl. Almost every single time that you're pissed off at the world, you go out and a girl immediately latches onto you. So don't stay home, go out and talk to someone. because they're going to be interested in your story. You can talk. And it's like, oh, and I'm someone who's very shy. As a kid, I didn't like talking in front of people. And I explained my life story. We covered everything through here. You know, I'm someone who has hung out with strippers and escorts and porn stars and prostitutes. And yeah, I did date a person who tried to be a porn star and it didn't succeed. She was my first girlfriend. And yes,
OnlyFans?
no, well, I mean, this is before OnlyFans. This was
Yeah, just
1999.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
You can't say that. You can't say that word. They'll get my stream banned. You can't say that word. It has to say OF.
Oh, well?
OF. You can't name another platform. Otherwise they
Oh.
Anyway, it's okay. It's fine. It's 4 hours in. Hopefully the algorithm's not listening anymore. But yeah, so I'm someone who has been friends with those people, who has dated people who are in that industry, and I regret it. Like I would rather have been with my wife this entire time instead of, chasing after people who didn't like me. But I didn't meet my wife until I was 35, 36. So I didn't meet my wife for a very long time. So if you're alone right now and you're lonely right now, you might just not have met the person yet. And you will meet that person eventually, I hope. But if you don't meet that person, there are other avenues to be productive, to do well. You don't have to be stuck in the cycle of chasing women or chasing alcohol or chasing a high. There are other options in life, and you could enjoy these options greatly if you simply take that step and try, whether it's art, whether it's writing, whether it's whatever. And when you find the thing that you love, there's a chance you might meet the person who likes you and likes your hobby in that pursuit. And not necessarily. I dated someone who's completely different than me. I
I'll be
married
right back.
dated.
Hold on.
I married
Keep
someone
talking. I'll be
completely
right
different
back.
than me. Okay. I dated someone that's completely different than me. And I think things could work out. Um, we were about to end the show. We're just waiting for him to get back so we can see our outros. But for those of you who like this is not our normal show. This is a super secret show. This is a bonus show. I might be doing more of this after January as this channel changes format and changes what we're focusing on. For anyone in the audience, before you guys take off, what did you guys think of this show? What do you think about the different things that we talked about? Do you think this was a good show? Was a bad show? What do you all think? Let me know. Thomas, if you're still here, BS, if you're still here, please let me know what you guys think. And anyone else who's still here, thank you for watching 4 hours of this conversation. Like I said, we are about to sign off as soon as Adrian gets back.
Yeah, I want my outro. No, I'm just playing.
All right, Adrian, when you get back, go ahead and do your outro, and then I'm going to do mine, and we're going to call it a night.
Dang, I didn't have an outro prepared. Well, I didn't have anything prepared, obviously.
Is there anything you want to say to any incel that might be watching this whole thing? Anything you want to say to someone in that situation who's considering Christian nationalism or considering self-deletion? Is there anything you want to say to someone who's in that boat?
Basically, just don't give up, man. Like, we all have this romanticized idea of what love is. And I think that love is something that can only be given to you organically. You can't buy it, you can't swindle it, you can't barter with it. You can buy someone's time, you can buy someone's affection, but you can't buy their love. So instead of focusing on what everyone else is telling you to do to find love and to be a man, just be you. Don't give up on you. Sure, there's things you can change. Sure, if you want to lose weight, I mean, that's also for health reasons. Go exercise. Read a book. If you think that you're not smart enough to talk to a girl, or you're not charismatic enough to talk to a girl, practice a little speech in the mirror every day. Talk to yourself every once in a while. Be comfortable with what you're talking about. Be confident in who you are, and eventually it'll come.
So my message is going to be a little bit different, but this is my outro. So you have to be the person that
Thanks
she
for that,
wants
Jay.
for her to be interested in you. So you need to, I'm going to mute you, Adrian. You need to be the person that you want, that you would want to date. If you wouldn't date you, why would she date you? So you're going to have to change. You're going to have to grow as a person. I know that sucks. I know you want them to accept you for who you are. But if who you are now is not someone that even you would date, why would someone else date you? So think about who you want and who you want to be and try to aim for that. Remember who you want and who you want to be. So if you want to be a successful person, start doing the things to be successful. You want to be someone who's in great shape, start doing the things to be in great shape, but don't do those things to get the person. Do those things for you. And then the person who you want in your life, ask yourself, what do they want? And does that person, what they want, connect with who you want to be? And if it doesn't, maybe you need to find a different person to want to be with. And if their goals and your goals align, then that's when you make the gesture. Then that's when you ask the person out. But you're not going to know that until you know yourself. Once you know yourself and once you're aiming for a goal, you can then select or reject what partner you want to be with you. And now it's not nature, it's not the woman rejecting you, it's you rejecting her. And when you accept her and she accepts you, then you're going to be great. And that doesn't mean your relationship is going to be happy. The relationship is not the end. The relationship is the beginning. Believe me, I've been married for 7 years. The relationship is not the end. There's takes a lot more work to keep it going. On the flip side, if she rejects you, that's not the end for you because maybe your goals don't align with hers, or maybe she doesn't know herself, or maybe she just doesn't know you. And you can't force that on someone. You have to simply move on until you find someone at the right time. Like I said, I was 35, 36 before I met my wife. All right. Are you good to go, Adrian?
Yeah, I am.
All right. I'm going to kick you off the thing, but I'm going to call you on the phone just so we can close out. Okay.
Okay.
Have a good night, buddy. All right. For everybody else, thank you so much. Remember, forgive everyone, love everyone, be merciful. I'm sorry for any misspeaking that I may have said tonight, and for any place that I was incoherent. Thank you to Micheal for coming on, for talking religion with me. Thank you, Adrian, for coming on and talking male rage and male. What is our topic again? Oh my crap! I am so tired. Male loneliness. Um, we didn't really cover the rage thing too much because the other two guests didn't really have examples of it. But it's something I would like to talk about again. I will probably be putting this out as 2 different videos, and after that, I'll probably take down the live stream after that. But the initial video is going to be me and Micheal. They'll probably come out this week, and then next week will be the video with me and Adrian, with Micheal making a small appearance in that one. And it's going to take me a long time to edit. It's a 4-hour freaking video. It's going to take a long time. And thank you for watching. I hope this video does well. I hope this stream does well. Please like, please subscribe. I will be sending you guys the links for the Patreon, for the GoFundMe for my dad. And I will give you an announcement when I'm going to be putting up shows. They're going to be pre-recorded. And then after January, we will be talking about the future of this channel and see where we go from there. That being said, have a great night. Thank you, everyone. Stream is about to end. There is no music because we're on StreamYard, not Streamlabs. And good night.